The volunteer team begins its day with a prayer.
I need people who think they're very good counters, two very good counters.
And then it's right down to business.
Those boxes, you need to tell me how many are in each stack.
We asked Arna to tell us why her church partners with the Treasure Box.
Just the treasure box itself excites me, but it gives us the opportunity to actually go beyond the four walls of our church to actually reach to the community at a time of their need. During these rough economic times, people need some options as to save and stretch their dollar. So the treasure box has given us that opportunity.
So here we are, Paul, inside the First Community Development Corporation, where we got things just rocking and rolling. We have all of our volunteers here represented from 10 different churches throughout Los Angeles here, and we're just really excited that they all work together. All the boxes have already been brought in. They've been accounted for, so now we're breaking them down church by church. We have 3 different boxes, as you can see. We talked about our protein box, our regular treasure box, and our quick and healthy box. So each of these boxes represents a family and or individual that's already prepaid and going to just receive their box today. So we're really excited that we can bring everyone together to better serve the community.
One of the great things about the Treasure Box is seeing all of our volunteers working together to prepare to serve the families and individuals in the community. Nicole Cooper shared with us how the Treasure Box has helped her and her family.
I think it's very helpful, and it's things that my kids can cook. It's always, to me, helping at that last minute when you're waiting on that last check of the month, and it just comes right on time. Literally every month comes right on time.
Each customer is greeted with a smile and a warm hello. They then check in and get their order verified. Finally, they are assisted to their vehicle by wonderful volunteers who are more than happy to help. We asked Pastor Robert to tell us what motivated him and his church to partner with us.
Well, for me, for once, I was unsure. You have to go first. You have to be a part of this. Get the hands-on training. You got to come, meet the people, meet new people. It's like brothers and sisters coming together, wanting to feel the heart pulse of their community, of the people that, what is the need? What can we do? Not only just have a church, but what can we do to reach out to our community and the people in the surrounding area? So you got to come. You really have to come to be a part of this.
Treasure Box provides opportunities for people of all ages to volunteer and to serve their community. Terry told us what the Treasure Box means to her.
Oh yes, every treasure box has a story, and it's just the power of stories, the power of sharing. That's most important, and there's a lot of love, there's a lot of fellowship in it.
Now that you and the viewers at home have got to see a little bit behind the scenes of how we at the Treasure Box are able to do such a wonderful program for the community by bringing organizations together, by bringing volunteers together, and being able to serve those in our neighborhoods one person at a time, we're just really grateful that we get the opportunity to do this throughout Southern California and in parts of Arizona. So, again, thank you for coming to check us out behind the scenes and seeing how we make Treasure Box a success and ultimately how we build Treasure Box one community at a time.
Yeah, this is very impressive and smooth operation, David. Now, thank you for the tour and allowing us our cameras
Not
in
a
there.
problem.
Now, let's talk about phone numbers, because I know by now people are interested. Give me the phone numbers to make contact.
866-712-0925.
Okay.
They can call there, and if they don't have internet access, they can call there and find out the location closest to them where they can go and pay in cash.
And David, food stamp recipients are eligible for this as well?
We are currently working on that, Paul. Right
Okay.
now we are in the process of speaking with the SNAP program and the representatives to figure out how are we going to be able to do this. What we're planning on doing is actually once we get the approval and get all the kinks worked out, we're going to pilot it at a couple of our sites locally here in Southern California. Once we get it all ironed out and get those kinks out, then we probably will offering on a more full scale. So I would say for people out there listening to just tune in, check our website periodically over the next couple of months.
Now, you can go on Facebook. You have a fan page
Absolutely,
on Facebook as well.
absolutely. And I would, yeah, if you have a if you have a Facebook, we encourage you to check us out on Facebook, The Treasure Box. Become our fan. We're growing every day. That's a great way to share with friends and neighbors.
Right. And typical. We want this to become viral in our
Absolutely.
community. We need people to tell their friends. It's not necessarily that you're the person who needs it, but you may know somebody. Now, it's time to take a short break. When we return, we'll find out more about the Treasure Box program of distributing affordable groceries. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Now is our time to work as one. To create something beautiful. To start again. to ease a burden, to provide hope where there was none. There's so many ways to create the good. What will you do?
Start creating the good by visiting iparticipate.org.
You know, it's that time of year again to clear all that annoying dry brush from around your house. In the event of a fire, dry brush is extremely combustible and can explode. By clearing brush 200 feet from your home, you create a barrier, lessening the likelihood of spreading a fire. I'll still be here when you get back! Get the message. Be prepared.
Welcome back to Aging in LA. Our topic today, the Treasure Box, a company that sells affordable, quality boxes of groceries at a hugely discounted price to anyone who wants them. Our guests are Mary Ann Richards, Regional Manager for Southern California and Arizona, and David Leonard, Community Outreach Representative for Los Angeles and Long Beach. Again, thank you for coming. Yeah. This is fascinating. It's one of the most exciting new programs I've heard about, and yet it's not new, is it?
No, we've been around almost 2 years now.
Mm-hmm. That's, well, see, we got to get the news out, which means telling your neighbors and friends. And David, what are some hallmarks that a concerned person might see in a neighbor or a family member that says this program maybe is appropriate to help with their nutritional needs?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anyone, if you know, I mean, and I have friends and family, you know, have gotten laid off in the last year or two.
Yes.
Maybe they're trying to get by on unemployment checks, which will eventually run out, those benefits. And so just really plugging it in and letting them know. I mean, ways, it may not only be neighbors, Paul. It could be if you are, your son or daughter is part of a soccer team or the high school programs or maybe the glee club at school. Letting those moms know or letting principals know or soccer coaches know about it to get the word out to them because they, in turn, may know a family or counselors.
And a teacher may see a child in school that's suddenly lethargic and suspect that these are nutritional needs. So that's important.
Absolutely.
That's important. It's also important that we recognize the .org characteristic here of the Treasure Box. Donations are accepted, correct?
Yes. And we have a Give a Gift program that we're very proud of. And if you don't need a treasure box, but you would like to bless someone who might, you can go on our website and under the Give a Gift box, if you just click on that, it will take you to our community partners where they have clients that do need food. And for $30, you can bless a family for a week.
This is a really good idea. I can see you moving into like gift coupons that you can give to the pastor or
We're
the
looking into
priest
that.
or something.
Absolutely.
So, because, you know, some people, they feel a little hesitant to make an offer of help to someone thinking they're going to embarrass them or there's something humiliating, although there's not when it comes to food, at least in my mind.
No.
I know when I see someone, a street urchin who wants money, I always say, this has to be for food. I'm not buying you liquor, I'm not letting you go buy drugs, but I'll go buy you a meal. Right. And what a cool way to do this.
Right.
Absolutely.
I would love to see that. Can you think about having coupons?
Oh, we're working on it right now.
I love it. We hit it on the head. We're already headed in that direction.
Yeah.
Because with a gift card, you can bless someone else, and then they can pick the month that they want to do it, or the box that they want, and so
the location they want.
Absolutely,
that's fantastic. And of course, we do have a mobile society, and like for example, if you have parents who live in a different community and yet you know are needy, this is a way for them to be able to not only see fellow seniors, but get some assistance.
Absolutely.
We have parents that are buying it for their college-age kids. So instead of sending the money, they buy a treasure box and pick the location closest to them, and they go pick it up.
All right, David, tell me some of the people that you've come in contact with and what this program, the Treasure Box, has meant to them.
Oh, it's the stories go on and on and on. They're little nuggets and little gems that I love hearing that wake me up in the morning, you know, keep me up at night thinking, how can we serve more people? How can we do better? For one instance, I saw a gentleman one time at one of our local partner churches in the city of Downey, and he had 3 boxes, and I was like, wow, that's a lot of food. And so I asked him, I said, sir, how you doing? I introduced myself. I didn't reveal who I was. I just said, hey, how you doing? And I said, you got a lot of food there? He's like, yeah, you know. He says, I'm actually a landlord, and I have tenants who right now can't even make their rent. But I noticed that their kids are not even really eating, and the mom's been telling me they're having a hard time keeping food in the fridge. So he bought a box for every one of his tenants. He had 3 units. And he says, if they like this program, I'm going to buy them a box every month. Lo and behold, I went back the next month to help out, and there was the gentleman. You know, just paying it forward.
Paying it forward, that's it. That is the key. We all need to count our blessings and then share them.
Absolutely.
That's true. How about you, Marion? You get to, now you're covering a larger territory, but do you get to see this face to face?
I do. There was a gentleman that calls me almost every month and orders over the phone. He's an older gentleman, so he doesn't have internet access, but he wants to bless people in his church, and he says, oh, I found another one, and his heart just is you know, troubled by the fact that they do not have food for their families. And so it's just so gratifying to be involved in this, where for $30, you know, people spend that on Starbucks in a week.
Oh, do they ever? Do they ever?
And they can feed an entire family. So it's really a beautiful thing to be involved with.
Well, and it's okay to make a minor sacrifice, too. Absolutely. You know, you could kind of remind yourself, I don't need to stop at the gourmet coffee shop today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And make a difference and an impact in the lives of a family. And really, you know, that may be the only food they got for the month.
And they will never forget that,
no,
ever.
Well, and nor should they. But again, it's pay it forward. If someone's helped you, I know with my foundation, that's exactly the deal. If I help you, you help the next person in line.
Absolutely.
And that's what builds our country and makes it great.
Absolutely. Now, let me ask a question about, can people volunteer to come help? I mean, this has got to be labor intensive to pack up these boxes and get them to where they need to go.
Yeah. Actually, where the most volunteerism is needed is actually at the locations.
Right.
So one Saturday a month, you can see the Saturdays on our website. And you can contact the Treasure Box, and we'll be more than happy to get you into the right direction in your neighborhood. But you can call the church directly. We talk to many representatives from our partner organizations that say, you know, we need hands and feet to come help. So contact them and say, hey, I'm a neighbor, and I would love to come down and help one Saturday and help unload the truck, or help pass boxes out, or help an elderly or senior citizen that can't carry their box because it's a bit heavy to their car, and bless them that way. So there's a number of ways to serve.
I'm thinking of some of our traditional community groups, you know, Kiwanis, Optimismus, all the rest.
And they can
that can come out there. Now, unfortunately, we're out of time for today's program of Aging in L.A. Thanks so much to our guests from the Treasure Box, Marianne Richards and David Leonard. And now, it's time for today's Senior Stat Shot. For seniors, the benefits of healthy, nutritious eating include increased mental acuteness, resistance to illness and disease, higher energy levels, a more robust immune system, faster recuperation times, and better management of chronic health problems. Approximately 1 in every 3 seniors in Los Angeles has difficulty affording nutritious food, and 1 in 6 seniors receives food from nutrition programs and food banks in the city. According to a recent UCLA study, nearly 500,000 seniors living alone in California cannot make ends meet and lack sufficient income to pay for a minimum level of health care, food, housing, transportation, and other basics. Free of charge lunches are available on weekdays at the Department of Aging's multipurpose senior centers. You can call 1-800-510-2020, that's 1-800-510-2020, to find your nearest senior center. In California, the food stamp program is now called SNAP. SNAP cards can be used to purchase food from participating supermarkets, grocery stores, farmers markets, and special programs. Seniors age 60 or older may qualify for SNAP. To apply for SNAP, call Los Angeles County Public Social Services at 1-877-597-4777. That's 1-877-597-4777. To maintain a healthy diet, try to reduce the amount of salt, sugar, and fats in your daily eating. Increase the amount of fiber, fruit, and vegetables, and drink water regularly to stay hydrated. And that's today's Senior Stat Shot. I'm Paul Peterson for the Los Angeles Department of Aging, the people here at City View Channel 35, and all of our guests on Aging in LA. Thanks for watching. We'll see you the next time. Marianne, thank you so much.
Don't worry, Patty. This isn't going to hurt me one bit. Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Shapiro in beautiful Encino, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. Open wide.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Wednesday, August 10th, 2011, here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. I'm City Council President Eric Garcetti, joined by my colleagues, Council Members Cardenas, Huizar, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Perry, and Reyes. I want to welcome members of the public who are with us today, as well as those viewers on Channel 35 and those of you watching throughout the internet on lacity.org or in our remote facilities in Van Nuys and San Pedro City Halls, or any of you listening in on council phone at 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY. We are awaiting one more member to constitute a quorum. Councilmember Zine is excused today, but we are still awaiting Councilmembers Alarcon, Englander, Rosendahl, and Wesson. As soon as one of them arrives, we will have 10 members and a quorum, and we will begin. We have a number of exciting issues and items on today's agenda. Everything from some ethics issues to Community Redevelopment Agency. Today, though, is most notably Revenue Day, in which we're going to be looking at a lot of different ways in which the city can do a better job boosting its revenues and looking at collection of our revenues in order to preserve critical city services in these tough times. Mr. Wesson is here, and so with that, we do have a quorum. So, Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Englander, Huizar, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, and a quorum. Mr. President.
All right, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Labange, who's returned from Germany, moves, and Mr. Wesson seconds. Without objection, that'll be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Koretz moves and Mr. Krikorian seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. Colleagues, if you want to bring your attention to any of the items that you wish to call special, we're going to run through the agenda now. Mr. Clerk, if you please go through the first items.
Mr. President, items 1 through 8 are items noticed for public hearing. There is a request from a member to continue items 5 and 6 to August 17.
Okay, we'll continue those till the 17th without objection. We have a card on number 3 as well, so we'll call that special from card and 7 as well. Let's hold 1 and 2 until we have 12 members. We're still awaiting Alarcon, Englander, and Rosendahl. That leaves us with 4 and 8. Anybody wishing to call 4 or 8 special? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, next items, please. Those are approved.
Items 9 through 14 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, we'll hold number 9 as special. Other specials, colleagues, for items 10 through 14. 10 through 14.
Mr. President, I might remind you that a motion is required for item number 12.
Okay. Item number 12, colleagues, why don't we call that special? I think there's going to be some discussion on that. I'll call that special. That leaves 10, 11, 13, and 14. Mr. Parks?
Number 14, and we want to tie that with 25 when it comes up.
Tie it to which one?
25.
Okay. That leaves us 10, 11, and 13. If nobody wishes to call those 3 special, let's take a vote on 10, 11, and 13. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Card on 27.
20. Items 15 through 26 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. Item 15 is a commission appointment. Would you like to hold it on the desk?
There's no objection to consideration of these items. We will take them up now. Yes, item 15 is a commissioner. Let's hold on the desk. And while we wait Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Englander, let's hold items 16 through 21 on the desk as well. Do we have any cards on these items, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on 15, 19, 23, 24, and 25.
Okay, we'll call this special for cards from the public. Anybody? We'll close the public hearings on 22 and 26. Anybody wishing to call those special? Okay, if not, let's go ahead and open the roll on 22 and 26. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please. I'm sorry, we have a request to continue 23 from Mr. Weston until the 17th. Is there any objection to continuing item 23? If not, let's go ahead and continue that until the 17th. Okay. Items, let's take up any of the ordinances now that we held until we had 12 members. That would be, I believe, 1, and 2, 16, 17, 18, and 20. Let's go ahead and open the roll on those ordinances, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved on first readings. If we can go to the next items, please.
Mr. President, items 27 through 28 are items for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's. Well, Mr. Parks, what's your guidance on 27, 28?
Be in closed session.
Both? Okay. We'll hold those both for closed session. Okay. We'll now go to. Before we go to public comment, I'd like to reconsider. Mr. Labange wanted to be added to the vote for yesterday's ad hoc stadium event center. So if we can reconsider that item, and we'll take another vote on it, I believe. Actually, why don't we wait, Mr. Labange? Mr. Alarcon, who was here yesterday, is gone right now, so until we get 13 members, we can reconsider it then. Let's go to our general public comment in the meantime. And our first speaker is Yigal Shapian. Come on forward, sir. And then Arnold Sachs will follow after that. Good morning, sir.
I was on February. I was 15 days in Washington D.C. Once I came back, that on 19 to 20, about 5 p.m., I discovered my car stolen. However, that I called to the different station, I found the Martin Luther King station, and I informed them. I went over there, already become 7 o'clock. Day after, on Saturday, they told me that the car is close to the Figueroa. I went over there about 10 together. He said, no, it's not here. I said, they told me that's here. He said, no, it is not here. I said, let me see inside. Parking. He didn't agree. Accordingly, the police was strolling around. I informed them, and he said, came to ask him, he's not here. So he said, they are lying or not. This is not. I don't think that they are lying. Anyhow, Saturday, Sunday, 3-4 locations they told me that in a police station, none. Eventually, they sent me to the Department of Transportation for hearing, and I was over there. They did 500 something to be paid. 500 something. That's the car, 240,000 miles that has 1994. To pay $600 is not. It's a guilt. It is guilt. I am not going to surrender to this. Anyhow,
Thank you, sir.
I asked the city attorney that they got a refund.
Thank
my
you, sir.
money.
We appreciate your comments today and our general public comment. Thank you. Sir. Okay. Our next speaker is Arnold Sachs. If you'd like to come forward, Mr. Sachs, we'll see if we can get somebody to address your concerns, sir.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. Fabulous meeting yesterday. Wonderful day. It's pretty amazing. And for me, actually, Tim Lewicki sat down and we had a little conversation. And he presented some things to me, and I talked to him a little about a few things, and the openness and the transparency, although in the city council nothing really was discussed except a non-binding MOU. But now I'm thinking, you know the film It's a Wonderful Life, where George Bailey goes over to the banker, and he's going to make a deal with Mr. Potter, and they sit down and he's talking to him in his office, and Potter gives him a cigar, and then he reaches over to shake his hand, and George Bailey looks at his hand like he's got something nasty on it, and says, no, 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 this is all wrong. That's the same kind of feeling I got now after speaking with Mr. Lewicki. because I remember when he was here in front of the council discussing the signage for the Regal Theater and his concerns about being arrested by the city attorney and all that dog and pony show. And Honest Jan Perry coming up and saying that we've had meetings, we've had discussions, 10 or 12 meetings, but none of those meetings included the Building and Safety Department, which the city attorney was going after for issuing the permits. You know why? Because the permits were vetted, promises made, but nothing written down. So I get the same feeling. There's a nasty, nasty handshake between the cities. And you know what else was amazing about yesterday? You had all those people stand up to support Jan Perry's project in downtown LA. But you had nobody stand up to support the project in the City of Industry for jobs, jobs, jobs. 2 years ahead of this project with no CEQA guidelines to bother with. Pretty amazing.
Our next speaker is John Walsh. After that will be Henry Marine in Van Nuys. Good morning.
Good morning. John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. We again call for the mayor of the city of Los Angeles to step down as head of the Conference of Mayors during the ongoing kiddie porn scandal. As you know, even NPR did the story about the talking devil tumor that's inside Al Abrams, telling him to watch kiddie porn. The mayor now says, I hardly even knew the guy. I remember my parents telling me after World War II, there's nobody in Germany who knows Hitler right now. That was 1940. There's no one in the world who knows Al Abrams, the victim of the devil tumor. This city is out of control. Does anyone know there was a major DEA raid in Hollywood of a cafe a couple of weeks ago? It was closed down because they found, prior to that, bricks of cocaine under a cushion. Now, you think I'm not going to name the hotel where it happened. It happened on the W property, a DEA raid of the cafe Entourage. And you know how I found out? Because a busboy told me. That's the only way you can find out what's happening, unless you go to HollywoodHighlands.org. Now, as far as the DCFS scandal, the foster children scandal, Mr. Garcetti came down here on July 20th, talked to me about that scandal for 10 minutes and begged me not to go to DCFS. Begged me. He said, John, have you no decency? I have decency, and I want to protect those children. I spent 25 years of my life teaching those children. And I'm telling you right now, also, little Ricky Garcetti said to me, he said that that my website, HollywoodHighlands.org, has 1/10 as many as porn sites. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Mayor, maybe porn sites have
Thank you,
child
Mr. Walsh.
porn
Henry
or
Marine
adult
is our
porn.
next speaker in Van Nuys. Thank you, as always. Pleasure to see you. Good morning, Mr. Marine.
I'm here to officially thank our past and present council members, past and present controller, and serves our mayor for sheltering so much money for the benefit of others than me, as shown in MOU 35 and 62. This council authorized the CEO and fund officials serving my former employer which is union contractors, and use union funds for the benefit of others than me, until somebody realized how much money was deferred from pension and benefit plans of public employees. So I'm still waiting for you to have those monies that were deferred under MOU 35 and 62 rolled over to Lacers, where it belonged in the first place. It's not my fault that the personnel didn't provide me a permanent position after 1,000 hours of pay, as shown in HACLA's agreement for public service. Anybody employed past 1,000 hours shall become a member of PERS, just as anyone who's employed past 1,000 hours shall become a member of LACERS. I've been waiting for you. I only got a year to retire, so I want to retire next year in 2012. And so far, the controller and nobody else wants to account for the money that was deferred under MOU 35 and 62. So word to the wise sufficient in any sense or tense, so I should be hearing from you pretty soon.
Thank you, Mr. Marine. That'll close our general public comment for today. We'll go to items called special, starting with our commissioners. If I can ask our commissioner on item number 15 to come forward, which is a reappointment for Civil Service Commission. And thank you, Ms. McClellan, for your service. You can come all the way to the table over up here. Thank you so much. Yeah, please have a seat. And I want to thank you for your service. And if you'd like to address the council about your interest in continuing, we'd love to hear from you at this time.
I can think of no better way to contribute a bit of public service to this city than by helping the personnel department and my fellow commissioners adjudicate matters that I think are important to all of us inside and outside city service, and that is the quality and reliability and care with which city service is conducted by our employees. It's been a privilege to serve on the commission, and it would continue to be if I'm reappointed.
Great. Thank you. Well, I'd like to recognize the chair of the Personnel Committee, and I believe he's your council member as well, Mr. Koretz. Did you want to say anything as chair of Personnel Committee, or as Ms. McClellan's council member?
I don't really have much to add. It's very well qualified, and I certainly support her appointment for this position.
Great. Okay. We do have one card from the public. Mr. Walsh, if you'd like to come forward on item 15.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. I say this more in sorrow than in anger. I have nothing against this lady, and I think you should appoint her. But we need a new appointment process that goes more deeply into the mayor's appointees. This is the only city in America where Al Abrams was sitting in that seat not too long ago. You voted unanimously to put him on as president. He was appointed as president of the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners. And then Al Abrams went home and watched kiddie porn of 4-year-olds being sodomized. You're responsible for that vote. I want questions asked. And the number one question, the mayor says he doesn't know any of these people. Does she know the mayor? How does she know the mayor? And I want a full vetting of this process, because you stand accused and NPR of allowing a sexual predator to become part of the City Hall family, and they won't even mention it once. And I'd like to point out that the children in kiddie porn are not black, brown. They are white, and many of them are from the Soviet Union, and they are Armenian, Mr. Krikorian.
Sir, if you could bring it back to the
you might not matter to you. They're Armenian victims. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Rosendahl is next on our queue. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Tell us a little bit about your background and why you want to serve again.
My background, my relevant background, began when I was a student professional worker at the City of Los Angeles. Then I became a junior administrative assistant and worked in the personnel department under Muriel Morse for almost 8 years, I guess, at which time I went to law school, having become pretty fascinated by the issues that the city attorney brought into our office. I graduated from law school and joined Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher, where I practiced employment litigation for 27-some years. And so in many ways I'm home again by coming back to the city, still involved in personnel, but with the added dimension, I think, of having practiced employment law.
Very good. For personal disclosure, I've known her over the years in her capacity dealing with personnel issues, and you're an excellent attorney, and I know in the position on the commission, you see every angle of the human condition and situation and so on and so forth. So we appreciate you stepping back up to serve our city. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Englander.
Hi. Well, thank you again for coming in. And I appreciate that Mr. Rosendahl knows you well. We hadn't had the opportunity, unfortunately, to sit down and meet. And the only reason I'm speaking on this has nothing to do with you. My concern was that we've been asking for resumes of all commissioners and those who are getting appointed, not only for this body, but also for the general public, and it to be set on council file as well. So those who are viewing and following these items, they can see the backgrounds of those that we're appointing and reappointing. And unfortunately, it wasn't done yesterday. It wasn't done last week. And then in this case, literally 3 seconds ago, I was handed a resume. And I just ask that we table it until we come up with a process in which the public is going to be actually seeing resumes, that we can see them as well in advance, get the opportunity perhaps sometimes to speak to commissioners, and we appreciate your volunteer effort, and I don't think I have no issue. I haven't actually read this. It was just handed to me right after I hit my request to speak. But we've been asking that this be done for some time, and we haven't received resumes in a timely fashion, and so I just ask that we get some clarification on the process of that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, is there a second for the motion to continue by Mr. Englander? Okay, Mr. Corrett seconds that. Okay, so we will continue. That is on. We sometimes await from the Ethics Commission and from the Mayor's office. So I appreciate Mr. Englander. I know we talked about this yesterday as well. There's a motion before us, colleagues, to continue. Is it this for one day, Mr. Englander, or till the next meeting, or is it okay? So it'll be until the Friday meeting.
When it's continued?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So there would be no need to come in necessarily again. If there's no objection to continuation, then we'll carry that over till Friday. We thank you very much for your service for this. We'll make sure that we have a vote on Friday on it, and thank you again for offering to serve again. Thank you. If we can go next to item number 9 and recognize the chair of our HCED committee. This is the CRA item, Mr. Wesson, and I know we have CRA staff here as well.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Report to circulate. Okay, then we'll wait on the report.
Okay. So we'll.
Let's go up to item number 12 then, if we can, and we'll take up that item next.
We're on item 12 now. First person in the queue is Mr. Garcetti.
We have before us, colleagues, a couple election-based items. I know that this was that last week on item number 12, the council opted to withhold action on this item. So this is considered a second hearing. Remember, withholding on an ordinance means that you basically carry it over 1 week for a second reading in which you only need a simple majority. There are 3 options that are presented to us in the report that came out of the Rules and Elections Committee. I hope everybody agrees, whether we are excited about it or not, because we certainly have, I think, mixed feelings around this horseshoe about it, but that the Arizona Free Enterprise Club versus Bennett ruling of the Supreme Court requires us to make some changes on our matching fund program, specifically the way in which it said that a trigger, in other words, when somebody spent outside money, that it triggered more funds for candidates to counter that, was held by the Supreme Court, in my opinion, unfortunately, to be illegal and a violation of the First Amendment rights of folks who do independent expenditures. So I think we have to change and get rid of that trigger, and hopefully everybody agrees on that. But there are three options that are before us today. I'll describe them just for everybody's ease here. Option one, quote unquote, the original report from the city attorney recommends that for the CD15 special election that we have, because we'll have to make some longer range decisions, but the short range decisions on CD15 is that the City of Los Angeles suspend the matching fund program trigger provisions. So that's I think something that everybody agrees on. But specifically, these provisions had provided a 3-to-1 match. This does not increase the total amount of matching funds candidate may access, but accelerates the rate at which they can receive it. And then two, an additional amount of funds would be provided if the provision is triggered in the general election. So the original report from the city attorney recommends that we suspend those two provisions. Councilmember Alarcon had a motion that amended that ordinance further and said that while doing that, we should increase the matching funds for CD15 candidates by $100,000 in the primary and $100,000 in the general. And then secondly, to increase the spending limit for CD15 candidates participating in the matching fund program to $500,000 in the primary, $450,000 in the general election. This would be an increase over the limits today, which are $330 and $275. The third option, and we have rules on election folks that were here. We have the Ethics Commission, our CLA, and City Attorney. Heather Holt, who I see coming forward, why don't you come to the table, Heather, and we have our CLA come forward as well, in case there's any questions. Estimated that if we did this in the 2013 elections, the matching funds program might be about $5 million in debt by the end of the 2013 cycle. So it would require us to put either additional money in or we'd be in debt. And then option three, which we asked to be drafted to present to folks, which some folks from the California Clean Money Campaign and Common Cause and others said, that CD15 candidates would automatically be eligible for the match, and general election candidates would be eligible for a maximum of $150,000 instead of $125,000. Colleagues, I would move, obviously because I moved in committee, but I would move that the third option before us. It requires a motion. I think it encapsulates what was recommended to us by the city attorney. But while I agree with Mr. Alarcon that we have to adjust probably our matching fund pool, the amounts, the limits, the number of things that I believe Mr. Englander introduced a motion on, Mr. Huizar introduced a motion on. Today for the CD15 one, I think to go up as high as what was proposed by Mr. Alarcon would be a heck of a lot of money. We can afford it now, but its impact later might be a bit much. But what we can do is correct that instead of having just $125,000, we'll give up to $150,000 in that general election automatically for anybody who qualifies for matching funds. So that would be my motion today. But I'm more than happy to hear anything from CLA, City Ethics Commission, or City Attorney if you'd like to give us any advice before we head to other speakers.
Good morning, Heather Holt for the Ethics Commission. We would agree with Council President Garcetti with regard to the third option. It most closely reflects current law and what was anticipated in the matching funds program. Although we could accommodate through the trust fund the proposal in the second option, as Mr. Garcetti pointed out, extending that long-term citywide would have very negative ramifications for the trust fund balance and our ability to fully fund all participating candidates.
Mr. Englander?
Pardon me, Madam President, before moving on, Mr. Garcetti had made a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I second the motion with a friendly amendment, which I was going to get into.
All right,
Mr. Weston, I think, second already.
Lots of seconds.
That's fine. Lots of seconds.
Mr. Englander, you can go ahead.
Okay, yes. In looking at this, if there's a way to trifurcate, if you will, all three ordinances, and I'd move that we support Ordinance 1 to suspend the triggers based on the Supreme Court decision and bring us into compliance. On Ordinance 2, I would suggest, colleagues, that we reject that as experimental. In looking at the numbers that Mr. Garcetti talked about, the cost estimates for this election would be roughly $916,000 or $1 million potentially. And then if we carried that through fruition or that concept in the 2013 cycle, that cost would be roughly $8.2 million in additional funds as well. And so I just wanted to point that out to you. So I think at this point, with the other motions that are pending, both mine and Councilman Huizar's, we can look at those changes for option 2 later and reject it on this proposal. And then on option 3, or ordinance 3, if you will, not options, ordinance 1, 2, and 3, accept ordinance 1, reject ordinance 2, accept ordinance 3. However, I'd go with and support ethics decision on this with one change. And then I would therefore move to adopt Ordinance 3 with the stipulation that the 3-to-1 match only apply to candidates in the general election rather than the primary and general election. There are 15 candidates, I believe, so far, and I don't think in the history of the city in any election where we've ever had the 3-to-1 qualify in a primary anyway, but potentially looking at the cost expenditures on this, if there were, it would be prohibitive. And so in looking at that, I would move that we do it for the general election only on Ordinance 3. Thank you.
Just for the record, any amendment of that ordinance would transform this into a first reading ordinance and would, or actually be a request, and the first reading ordinance would be at a future date.
Right.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, on this item, every time I think we get into leveling the playing field, some people in black robes come back and tell us that we can't do that. And I'm just concerned that we have a report, at least 2 motions that are in the process, to come back and give us an overview and an in-depth analysis to tell us what we should do before the 2013 elections, which also at the same time that we're going to have the issue of redistricting and all that coming at one time. I just am concerned that we have any new rules for this election specifically, whether it's for the general or the primary. I think we should do on this item 12A, which tells us we are following the Supreme Court. We should do that, clean it up, and allow the report to come forward later on that tells us how the whole system should work, because I think it's a little confusing if the candidate that wins in the 15th has a separate set of rules when they run for the full term later. We should just fix this all at once and follow the Supreme Court and not have interim movement in that process. So I would hold that 12A, in my judgment, is the way that we go and allow the 2 reports that are coming back that Ethics has promised us they're going to work diligently on, even though one's 90 days and one's 60 days. They're going to bring us back a report that says this is how the matching fund system in the city of LA should work from this day forward. And I think that is fair for everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Garcetti? Mr. Garcetti.
Vacant would like to speak.
I'm calling on vacant
The new
now.
nickname. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Colleagues, a couple things. I want to know what when Mr. Englander said I didn't have a problem with it, but then I was informed in terms of the timing. Could the city attorney walk us through what happens on the timing? And just to Mr. Parks' point as well, on the only reason, and the body can do as it wishes, the only reason I support, it's not I think the first ordinance we all hopefully agree on. The third one, which I put forward and pushed for today, is it's more consistent, I believe, with what we have, which is that if we want to have something to combat the impact of independent expenditures, it can't by itself, and we know it, but it certainly puts something more in the good pile, that right now we have a system in which $150,000 would be available to candidates. If we don't do something, we're actually rolling that back to $125,000. The Supreme Court said we can't have a trigger that adds the extra $25,000, so we know there's going to be IEs. Let's just do the $150,000. That would be more consistent with what I believe we have today. So in other words, if we didn't do anything with 3, it's like saying, okay, CD15 will have a different rule than what we've had the last ones and what we'll probably have in the future. So I think it's more consistent actually with the status quo to keep that in place, which is why I would push for 3 and want to hear whether we can amend it or not. If we'd miss timing, I would support that for the future, but maybe for this time we need to hold off.
Council members, Deputy City Attorney Renee Stottle. In terms of timing, candidate filing week begins August 22nd, so that's a very short time from now. We would need an ordinance to be effective by that time. In order for an ordinance to be effective, it must be passed by this body, either on first or second read. Right now, the ordinances are before you are on second read. Changes to an ordinance would bring an ordinance back on first read, and after adoption by the council, the mayor has to have time to sign it, and we would have to publish it. So, and it takes a few days to get that together. So, we would very much recommend that you adopt an ordinance today and not bring it back again.
Mr. Garcetti, are you done? You done? Okay, you finished?
Yeah, and I would just say again, I think I'd stick then with keeping it 3 as it's drafted, folks, or else it might be cutting it too close. Working out the math, it could be done, but if we find ourselves with no rule on the 22nd, I don't think that serves us.
Hey, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. I'm just concerned about CD15 at this point. I think the rest of the stuff can have a more healthier report back in discussion. You also know I think the Supreme Court erred in its action, 5-4. Once again, it's the corporate planet rather than the people's planet, and I'm tired of it. So I don't even want to support anything the Supreme Court did on this campaign finance reform. They destroyed campaign finance reform, you know. That's what they did. As much as we're trying to create it, they're going out of their way to let the corporations buy every politician in America. And that's what it's about, like the Wild West. So the only thing I want to vote on is let the 15th District have a fair, open process and then come back and discuss how we deal with that body dysfunctional group in Washington, the way they're playing it out. So which one would we vote on today so that CD15 can go forward by August 22nd? That's all I care about. The rest I'm going to do no.
Well, the Ethics Commission concurs in your opinion of that particular decision and its effect on the matching funds program. However, because that is the highest body in the land, the commissioners did determine that it was appropriate to suspend the similar provisions under city law.
You see, I disagree with that because I'd rather take on the Supreme Court and then let them fight us through the other courts. Because, you know, just because they're a judge doesn't mean they're always right. And they have no recourse, the American people, when these judges get up and do their fancy dance and destroy the Constitution and destroy our basic rights. So how do I just do CD15 at this point?
Well, if I understand you correctly, you do not want to suspend the trigger provisions in our law for CD15?
I don't want to acknowledge the Supreme Court's action. I'd rather take them on.
Then that would be a no vote for option number 1.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the city attorney's advice that, where is our city attorney? That he's clarifying that for us on sidebar, that if we make any amendments today to any of these ordinances, we would have to come back for a second reading. Is that correct?
Yes. If the change can be done by interlineation, that could be voted on and we could come back with a clean copy. If it involves more than that, then it would have to come back on a future date as a first reading. No matter what, it would change it to a first reading.
Mr. Englander's motion would require us to come back another time.
But that's what I'm going to defer to Renee Stottle.
In reading the proposed amendment with the ordinance, that particular change could be interlineated in the ordinance.
Okay, so that and
before you.
And we've been advised that we should act today.
Yes.
By the clerk's office.
Would it be first reading today?
Would it be a first reading today? Although I have the floor, I keep hearing little whispers in my ears over here.
If it can be done by interlineation, it would change from a second reading to a first reading today.
Okay.
If it's a more involved change, then we would take that as a request to draft, and it would come back at a future time.
So if today's the first hearing, comes back next week, it's still too late?
It really doesn't give us enough time to do all the administrative, to allow the mayor time to review it and to do all the administrative details to get it in place by that time.
Okay, I got it. And, okay, thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask the city attorney a question with respect to the great councilman of the 11th district. Supreme Court is the final law. There's no post-Supreme Court, correct?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, good. I understand that, but I just understand that issue there, and our city attorney recommends that we follow that.
Yes, council member, we don't believe there's a valid argument to that we could defend the ordinance.
But when's the last time the city of Los Angeles challenged the United States Supreme Court?
I'm not aware of a time.
All right. Okay. Good. All right. Okay. Thank you. And I do believe, equivocally, the Supreme Court is the supreme law. But I do believe the councilman of the 11th district is a great councilman, too.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Englander.
Colleagues, this seems to be fairly minor. It's really, I think we're all in agreement on Ordinance 1. Most seem to be, I think, in agreement on Ordinance 2. On Ordinance 3, it seems to be a minor change in striking through some language. It would require, however, a first reading today, and therefore it would require a unanimous vote. I think we would have the support to go forward on that, and I would recommend that we do that rather than set a precedent and move to have the 3-to-1 in the primary and only have that then, again, like I said earlier in my motion, to have it on the runoff. So I would still move forward on that and ask for a unanimous vote. Thank you.
All right.
Madam President, pardon me, before moving on, would you like to ask for a second on that motion?
Yes. Is there a second, Mr. Cardenas? Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. All right. So, Mr. Clerk, lay out for the body what's before us. Mr. Garcetti?
Working on the timing on this, and if we could just hold it on the desk to see if it's
You want to hold it on the desk and
with
we'll
the
go
mayor's
on?
office, if they could sign it in time, et cetera. So,
All right. Let us know when you're ready.
yeah,
Okay, we'll hold that on the desk.
we can go to the next group of items, which has to do
Okay.
with
Mr. Clerk?
elections. Yeah.
Let's hold this item on the desk at the request of Mr. Garcetti. What's the next item? Mr. Clerk, what's our next item?
Item number 3 would be our next item, called Special for Cards.
All right. That is John Walsh. John Walsh has passed. There are no speakers in the queue on item 3. Please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Item 7, called Special for Cards.
Okay. We have John Walsh. John Walsh. John Walsh passes on item number 7. We have Santokh Singh and Jose Flores. Sant Singh, please come to the middle aisle to the podium, please. You filled out a speaker card. Right in the middle of the. Is that Santokh Singh?
Yes.
All right, and then after Mr. Singh will be Mr. Flores. After Mr. Flores will be Sant Singh. All right, please go ahead, Mr. Singh.
I'm here. Just first of all, I have a complaint that we did not have enough time to represent my attorney here. I received the letter on Friday. Monday, I called my attorney. He was on a vacation for a whole week. I don't know anything to discuss, what to discuss, but I do have an agenda that we do oppose that 7-Eleven bringing the beer wine license. I own the property that next to the 7-Eleven, which is already high crime area. So I am opposing that beer wine license that's coming up.
That's all I can say. Thank you.
Mr. Flores.
My name is Jose Flores. I live in 18th Street, 543 West 18th Street, and we don't want any more alcohol around our neighborhood. Already had a lot of wine around the alley, 7-Eleven, and we collected over 200 signs not to sell alcohol. So you got to respect my neighborhood. I'm still fighting for it. So I've been living there for 43 years, and hey, we never had anything like that, you know. 7-Eleven all filthy outside, dirty, the trash, papers on the yard there. Oh, I live where I can see 7-Eleven and see all the winos around there too, man. It's going to be more winos you will have to do. Thank you.
Mr. Sant Singh. Following Mr. Sant Singh will be Balwant Singh.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sant Singh. I own the liquor store, 1803 South Pacific Avenue, and they put another next to the 7-Eleven. There is a lot of crime over there already, a lot of graffiti everywhere, and too much homeless people around all over the place. We don't need more liquor store next to the 7-Eleven. Don't need any more. That's all I'm going to say. That we don't need any more 7-Eleven to beer and wine liquor over there. We have all the convenience store over there. It's called Stanley Liquor Junior Market. They have everything in there. Thank you very much.
Balwant Singh. Following Mr. Balwant Singh will be Sharanjit Singh.
My name is Balwant Singh. I live in 540 West 18th Street. The residence been like 10 years, and we don't want to be any more on the license for this on the block. They have already like within half mile with already like 10 license already, and which one they have already a lot of crimes, high crime areas, and a lot of problem every time. And we're supposed to be not to get the beer license, and that's it. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Charanjit Singh. I live in 1733 South Pacific Avenue, and we don't want more liquor store and liquor license in my block. I think so. We have each block over there liquor store, so we don't want more liquors over there. Thank you.
Gurdev Singh.
Good morning. My name is Gurdev Singh, and I think there's too much crime around 7-Eleven, and they shouldn't get a beer license. There's a Stanley's Liquor that's right next door, Mr. C's on the other side, and a bar across the street, and another liquor store on the corner. We don't need another liquor license. I think it's going to make more crimes, so I think we need to prevent that. Thank you.
Mr. Jas Gotra and Kenneth Chan after Mr. Gotra.
Hello, ma'am. I would just like to read about the state law that says the state law does not allow the State Department of ABC to issue a liquor license in cases where issuance would tend to create a law enforcement problem. And I read the news about a month and a half ago, and there was a shooting right across. And this is in conflict with your law, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There are no speakers in the queue. Mr. City Attorney, maybe I can ask your guidance on. Oh, Mr. Chan, I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Chan. I own various properties in the area. I also have a business there. My family's been there since the 1950s, and we saw a lot of changes in San Pedro. One of the main concerns is 7-Eleven's trying to acquire an off-sale beer and wine license. At this location, in this neighborhood, there's already 5 alcoholic establishments that are selling to the public. And at this time, I believe this hearing today is about public convenience or necessity. In my viewpoint, there's no public convenience or necessity for additional alcoholic off-sale license in this area. And furthermore, I have a concern is that I don't think the neighborhood in this area was notified with adequate time regarding today's hearing. We were notified on Friday through the mailing process, and I was just made aware on Monday, so I wasn't prepared to bring attention to as far as the neighborhood and everyone else that was concerned. There were originally over 500 petitions against 7-Eleven acquiring their off-sale license. And I think the city council here, being that they're civil servants, should look into the matter, whether or not this will impact the neighborhood. I think there will be a social impact. Southland originally expressed that most of the oppositions were other business owners, and they try to paint the picture that they were against competition. Well, I feel 7-Eleven is really against competition. They try to saturate the market, the area, with additional stores that's not
Thank
necessary.
you, sir. Mr. Labange?
Representative from the office of the 15th District here.
Mr. Labange, excuse me for a second. I forgot one card. It just came in. Let me just let this last person speak, and then I'll come back to you. Mr. Wayne Spindler.
Planning deputy there. Like there's staff from the 15th.
We'll use just 1 minute. My experience with 7-Eleven regarding liquor licenses has been very positive. They do something interesting that at around 5 or 10 minutes before closing, they will lock up all of the liquor in the beer and wine sections in their stores. One of the things they're willing to do is to allow the restriction for alcohol sales before 2 a.m. if it becomes a concern, because many times before 2 o'clock in the morning, people will rush in and try to buy as much beer as possible before 2 a.m. And over the years, I've been a customer of 7-Eleven, Hollywood, the Valley, South Central. Consistently, the owners have shown a willingness, and they've had a good track record on making sure that those alcohol sales stay away. So overall, I would say to support it. Thank you.
Mr. Labange?
Because I know there's some staff in the office of the 15th District. If they have any idea that this is oversaturation, I agree. I wouldn't want to vote for it. So give us a little idea, Mr. Miller.
We did speak to Don Liu. This has been in the works for a while, and he indicated the office is supportive with moving forward.
Supporting moving forward with it?
Yes.
That they feel that this is a responsible thing to do?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Huizar?
Answered. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Miller. There are no additional speakers in the queue. So, Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes. We can actually take up 12.
All right. I know your microphone's not on.
13 ayes.
13 ayes. Thank you very much. All right. We now will go back to item number 12. I believe that's ready. Am I correct? Ready to roll on number 12?
Point of order. The clerk will read what we're voting on, and
I will ask the clerk to do that before we vote.
Okay.
Mr. Garcetti, are you ready on item 12 now, or do you want me to hold it on the desk?
No, I think we're ready to discuss it and dispose of it. Mr. Alarcon's also here, and I know he wanted to chime in as well, since the second ordinance was a result of a motion he put forward. I believe since there's an unanimous acceptance of the amendment, we'll vote on the amendment separately, because it has to be everybody in the council to accept it as a friendly amendment. This is the third ordinance is what I moved forward, which would take it from 125 to 150,000. Mr. Englander moved to add an amendment that only apply for the general and not for the primary.
On the match.
Right, on the 3 to 1 part match. Obviously, the amount would still be the same, but 3 to 1 would only apply in the general. There's an objection to that, so we'll vote on that amendment first. And to Mr. Parks, I can't move 1 and 3. They're actually, 3 contains 1 in it, so I'm just moving 3, which, again, I would ask for your and everybody else's support. It is the most consistent with the system right now, which is that we do have $150,000 for whenever there's an IE. I can guarantee you here today there will be IEs, both in the primary and the general of this. So if we are interested in making that as fair for the candidates, if we moved it to 125 and kept it there, that is an exception to our existing policy. So the way that we preserve, given the Supreme Court case, the 150,000 is to just make it 150,000. Folks can vote on whether they want to vote for or against Mr. Englander's proposal to make the match of those funds a 3 to 1 match or a 1 to 1 match in the primary. So let me boil it down. I see some confused faces. I'm moving number 3, Ordinance 3. This is the city attorney drafted that. It will ensure there no longer can be a trigger under the Supreme Court, but we can still have that same amount of money. So it keeps it consistent with what we have right now, which is what we've had in the past is you get 125,000 matching in the runoff, but if there's an IE, there's additional 25,000, 150 total. That will have happened. That will have happened because there is an IE, but we can't do it with that mechanism. So the advocates and other people have suggested just make it 150,000 period instead of 125,000. That will better combat the impact of special interest money and IEs. So I would move that ordinance. The only detail left is whether or not you would support Mr. Englander, who's saying, remember when we get matched, it used to be 1 to 1, now it's 3 to 1. If you have money that comes in that is qualifying, it's 3 to 1. Mr. Englander is saying just make the 3 to 1 match for the general election, not in the primary, because his worry was if enough people qualify and that accelerates it, that we'd be spending a lot of money in the primary. I think Mr. Huizar objected to that because some are saying we're not going to spend that much money in the primary. Keep it at 3 to 1. Those are the two sides. People can give more articulate arguments, but I just wanted to be clear what it is that's before us. But I've moved that, the option 3, the ordinance number 3, for approval today on a second reading.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Alarcon.
Well, I introduced my motion to trigger a debate on this issue for the benefit of the people of the 15th District because I didn't want them to be left in a situation where a very wealthy candidate would step up and donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to their campaign. So that was my primary concern. The only difference I can tell from Mr. Garcetti's motion and my motion, well, the significant difference is the amount. He's proposing an increase of $25,000. I'm proposing an increase of $100,000 for this election. I'll leave that to your discretion. It's not a critical item to me. I would think that if somebody throws $200,000 of their own money in the race, that $25,000 is not going to make that much of a difference to combat $200,000. But a $100,000 potential match would give pause, I think, to somebody to throw in a lot of money into their campaign. So I still support the $100,000 increase for the primary and general elections. And with regard to increasing the spending limit, again, I'll leave it to your discretion. We would increase the spending limit to $500,000 and $450,000 to be commensurate to the increase in the matching funds. I do want to speak against the Englander amendment because the primary benefit of matching funds is in the primary election where you have multiple candidates. In the general election, it's like giving the top two vote getters extra money that if you're not going to do it, I would argue that you wouldn't want to do it in the general election because they've already met their mark in terms of raising money. It's in the primary election that the matching funds program is most significant. So I believe that, and in fact, it's in the primary elections where you see candidates who don't necessarily have access to the streams of money that other candidates might, more prominent candidates. So if you want an equalizer, which is what the matching funds program is all about, you would want to do it in the primary for certain. So I just think we should vote against the Englander amendment, leave it as it is. I'll vote for my motion. I'm not voting against Mr. Garcetti's motion. If that's the preference, I just think that $100,000 will have a greater chilling effect on the potential for wealthy candidates to jump in and contribute to their own race.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Garcetti, let me just ask clarity. You're saying number 3 or 12C, which whatever it is, does that include Mr. Englander's amendment or just separate? Okay.
I think is on the amendment first. If that gets accepted, then we vote on it as amended. If it's not accepted, we vote on it just the way that it is right now.
And then also the difference between 1 and 3 is $25,000.
Correct.
Okay. One thing I'd just like to comment, Mr. Alacon's comment on the issue of where matching funds helps. From my experience, if you can go in the primary election and you have 18 months or a year to raise money, you're in far better shape than the quick turnaround on the general election is where matching funds are more meaningful because your time period is compressed to 2 to 3 months. And so my experience has been just the reverse. You need the money for the general versus the primary because the timeline is significantly longer. And so, again, I would say if we're going to deal with number 3 or 12C or whatever we're going to call it, I would support the difference of the $25,000.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to rise because I agree so strongly with the passion expressed by Mr. Rosendahl about the damage that has been done to our campaign finance regulation throughout the country by the Supreme Court and so many other ways as well. The freeing up of, or really letting all the horses out of the barn on independent expenditures, which has really made a mockery of any effort that we've made to try to rein in the influence of money in politics because of the rampant takeover of independent expenditure campaigns in our politics. But I'm going to disagree slightly with his conclusion because I think that the motion that's been presented, the number of options that have been presented, and particularly Mr. Garcetti's proposal, actually does circumvent the impact of the Supreme Court's decision in this case and preserves the status quo, notwithstanding that decision. So while I agree with the sentiment, I think that the correct course, Mr. Rosendahl, in responding to the Supreme Court would be, in fact, to support this motion and go forward with it so that we tell the Supreme Court by doing this that notwithstanding that judgment, we're going to preserve our matching fund system and keep it as close as we can to what we have as the status quo right now. So I rise in support of the Garcetti motion as is without amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Krikorian. All right, there are no speakers, additional speakers in the queue on this item.
Supreme Court justices are watching.
Mr. Clerk, do we have to? We have cards on this item, so this would be the time to call them, correct?
If you'd wish to call them, yes.
All right, there's only 3, so why don't I call them up? And Julie Kronheim, and then Arnold Sachs. Is Arnold Sachs still here? I don't see Mr. Sachs. Oh, there he is over there. Mr. Sachs, you're the second speaker, so you might as well come on up. And then Trent Lang. And if Trent Lang, if you get up here before Mr. Sachs, then you can go before Mr. Sachs, whoever gets up here next.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm Anjali Kronheim, LA organizer with California Common Cause. We are standing in support of the third option, option C or 3, whatever you want to call it, Garcetti's proposal to make the changes to the matching fund system for the upcoming CD15 election. It strengthens the integrity of the system, and it also addresses the recent Supreme Court decisions. The following executive directors or senior staff in these organizations also support us. the California Participation Project, the Coffee Party in Los Angeles, the Green Lining Institute, the Center for Responsible Lending, the California Clean Money Campaign, California Church Impact, Grassroots Over Washington, the League of Women Voters of Los Angeles, and Public Campaign. These organizations obviously didn't comment on the new amendment, but we would oppose it because it would make the system weaker than under current law with big spenders. Thanks.
Thanks very much. All right, Mr. Lang or Mr. Sachs, whoever gets here first. Thank you.
Gee, it looked like Arnold Sachs. I won the primary race. Do I qualify for matching funds? My concerns are that you're making an exception. And you're talking about triggers, and here's a question. You didn't take any action on this when it was before the council last week, yet this is considered a second reading. Doesn't the second reading only come into effect once council takes action on an item? Isn't that what triggers the second reading? If you don't act on the item, you're just reading it, but you're not taking action, you're not passing, you're not moving it along. And as far as the time constraints, couldn't this move forward forthwith? You've had other items on your agenda that moved forthwith. I haven't heard any of the councilmen question that priority. And again, my concerns, the exceptions that open up loopholes, the Supreme Court notwithstanding.
Mr. Lang.
Morning, Council. Trent Lang, President of the California Clean Money Campaign. Thank you all. This is a very critical issue, as we saw after the voters passed Measure H that Councilmember Huizar and Garcetti put on the ballot with 75% of the vote. So this is really critical that we address this. We support Councilor Alarcon for having brought this subject up, that we do need to raise the level of public funds in response to this. We strongly believe, as a number of organizations, that Anjali Kronheim of Common Cause listed, that option C is the correct response to the Supreme Court right now. As Council President Garcetti said, it basically puts in exactly what we would have in current law. Because in current law, there almost certainly will be independent expenditures and almost certainly will be high spenders. So this, Garcetti's proposal without the amendment, is what would happen in current law. So we're telling the Supreme Court's decision will not affect this race. And that's a real key part right here. As to the amendment, current law actually provides a 3-to-1 match in the primary if there is a high spender in the primary. So accepting that amendment would be making it weaker than current law. Therefore, we join with Common Cause in urging you to reject that amendment and instead wholeheartedly voting yes on option C, straightforward, which is exactly current law and a correct step towards what we're also looking at in the coming months, thanks to Huizar's motion, the comprehensive package to reform it overall. This is a correct building block for this and the right response to the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Mr. Wayne Spindler.
According to a report I heard, the special election is going to cost upwards of $1.5 million. I can tell you that the candidates combined are going to raise about 4 times that amount. And this is over a seat that's going to be up for re-election in 2013. In a city that's broke, there's so many sidewalks on Western Avenue that have went decades without repair. Why are we paying for the special election? Let's do something new and really cool. Let's leave the seat vacant and just let the city charter fill the seat. The mayor can appoint a trustee, like Paul Krikorian has this kind of knowledge that before he took over CD2, the mayor appoints a non-voting member to oversee the district. Let's do that. Save $1.5 million taxpayer dollars and use that in CD15 to repair sidewalks.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Rosendahl again.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Krikorian made a comment, and Mr. Garcetti did, and I would like to ask Mr. Garcetti to respond to this. You know my position about the Supreme Court, and what I think they did was totally irresponsible. It was a 5-4 vote. The minority opinion actually agreed with me that what they were doing was turning it into buy a candidate 100% and forget about any notion of campaign reform. That's what they did in Washington. Just irresponsible behavior by that group. And so you're telling me that if I go with C, as is the whole reform community out there, that I'm not necessarily bending over for these punks, or am I not? Would you help me with that?
Never been quite asked that question that way, but
I'm sorry.
Excuse me,
No,
just
no, no,
clarify
don't worry.
for who's the punk here, Mr.
I think.
Rosendahl?
I'll withdraw that phrase.
No. What you have, if you vote for it, if you're worried that about the first part that was option 1 and it's also encapsulated in option 3, which is taking out a trigger mechanism. The Supreme Court said you can't have a trigger mechanism. You could be seen by some as saying, yes, I'm agreeing with what they said. On the other hand, you could say, look, they've done that to us, but in voting for this, I'm going to try to compensate for that. I'm going to preserve what we had, and if they said we can't use the trigger, I'll make the trigger irrelevant. I'll just give that amount of money, increasing public funds for candidates who use our matching system. We're not throwing out our matching system. We're just saying, okay, forget having to even have the trigger. Instead of 125,000, it's 150,000 now. So, Supreme Court, who cares what you said? We're still able to do this. So, I mean, for myself, the reason why I push that and I'm voting for it is I hate the Supreme Court decision too. This doesn't accept it and say I'm doing what they said. It actually, jujitsu goes around them and says, fine, we're going to put that money in anyway without the trigger, which you say we can't use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No further cards, no. Oh, Mr. Alarcon, hello.
Yeah, council members, we boiled it down to some very simple features. The major difference between Mr. Garcetti's motion and my motion is the amount of matching funds that will be available to candidates in the 15th council district. This, I made it very clear, this is a temporary one-time fix for the 15th council district. It has no merit, I think, for the broader elections beyond this 15th special election, and I don't recommend it for that. We need further analysis where we can do a comprehensive change that better addresses, or to the best we can devise, addresses the concerns that are raised in accordance with the Supreme Court's actions. But I do want to say that I do believe the 100,000 additional money would have a greater chilling effect on wealthy candidates from entering the race or spending money in the race. And that's why I think it's $75,000 better than Mr. Garcetti's in terms of the purpose of matching funds. Mr. Parks, I agree with you. The greatest need for the candidate is immediately following the primary, but that's not the purpose. That's not the primary purpose of matching funds. I want to remind everybody the primary purpose of matching funds was to have a chilling effect on wealthy candidates dumping a lot of money in their race. So to address the primary purpose of matching funds, it's best to address it in the primary. And that's why I disagree with Mr. Englander's proposal. I will support, I don't know what the order of the vote is, but okay, I move mine. I would ask for a second. If mine is to raise the cap, raise the matching funds to 100,000 in the general and in the primary and the general, and also increase the spending cap to 450 and 500 respectively. Okay, so I have a second. I will vote for mine. If that fails, I would vote for Mr. Garcetti's.
Okay, we're going to take them in order of A, B, and C. All right, Mr. Labange?
Record. The only wealthy candidate I can remember in our history is Richard Riordan, who came in with a lot of success in his life, but I can't name any other council person or others, and I think that the history, and I want the Ethics Commission to hear this here as they're talking unethically in City Council. So, no, I think but the Ethics Commission's historically, when Mr. Reardon chose and he was successful in his life to not use any funds, and he accelerated the process. That's the only wealthy person that I could think of that's run. Has there been anyone offhand or in any district race?
Heather Holt for the Ethics Commission. I'm not aware of anyone else.
Other than Mr. Reardon. And Mr. Reardon I work for, and I love him dearly and appreciate what he did for the city, but I know that was the one example. But I think the key is to try to have a level playing field for whoever decides to run for the 15th or any other district in the city. And also, I think I'd like to see in the future more ways in which you can get all information out, because the cost of a campaign is so high, but that's for you to worry about later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Englander.
I'm going to simplify this for those who are playing the home game. I'll go ahead and withdraw my amendment, and then I'd also like to move that we move item 1 and adopt the proposed triggers on item 1 that ethics has forwarded as well.
Second.
Okay, so what we have, folks, in the following order is we've always had 3 options. Mr. Parks has referred to them as A, B, and C. They're ordinances 1, 2, and 3. We're actually going to vote first. Now that Mr. Englander has just moved that, the last one gets voted on first, is just the change according to the Supreme Court. If that fails, we will next go to Mr. Alarcon's, which changes the Supreme Court, our language to the Supreme Court case, and adds more money at $100,000 per general and primary and raises the caps. If that fails, then we'll go to my motion to also abide by the Supreme Court piece, but to increase by $25,000 for the general to the matching funds. Okay? I think each one of the makers of the motions would ask for your support on their one. So first, we have just the ordinance 1, which would change nothing, but would be left undetermined what our policy is. Right? We'd still have a trigger in place. Sorry, we would not have the trigger in place, but we'd just have 125,000 in the.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. President, for further clarification, that would be 12A as agendized.
Correct. Okay. So. So the first one is Mr. Englander's motion to approve 12A. Okay. Please open the roll. Okay, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, that does not carry. Second is that was 12A. As I went painstakingly through it. You just voted for Mr. Englander's motion just to do the fix on the Supreme Court case and not change any of the. Sorry? Each one, yours and mine, includes that fix also. So it would just be the fix by itself. Okay. Next, we have Mr. Alarcon's motion, seconded by Mr. Koretz. 12C, I believe, right?
No,
Sorry, B,
excuse me, sir,
sorry.
12B.
B as in Brian. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
2 ayes, 11 noes.
Okay, and next we have 12C. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 3 noes.
Because it was withheld, that is approved as a second reading. That will go forthwith without objection, please. Okay. Next we will take up, thank you colleagues, next we will take up item 9, which is the CRA item. And we do have the report that has been circulated, and I'll recognize our chair to bring forward any folks from the CRA. I know we have staff and cards as well. Mr. Wesson. We'll wait for the staff to come forward. Take your time, Mr. Wesson. We're going to bring some of the staff to the table.
Mr. President, you would call me when I just put raisins.
I was covering for you.
Raisin and yogurt chips, and then I hear my name called. What I was going to suggest is that we bring up members of the staff. We dealt with this issue today in committee. Afford them the opportunity to make their presentation. The committee voted unanimously to opt in to this process, and we think, given the set of circumstances that we find ourselves in because of Sacramento, that this is the best approach for us to take. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the city staff, CRA staff, Commissioner, and you're on.
Okay. Lisa Johnson-Smith, City Administrative Officer. On July 1st, the Council instructed the CAO and the CLA, with the assistance of the City Attorney and CRA, to report in 30 days on the impact of Assembly Bill 1X26 and 1X27. The CAO and CLA report provides the risks, benefits, impacts to the City if the CRA is dissolved and the City becomes the successor entity, or the CRA continues to exist under the new legislation. The City Attorney has provided advice to the ramifications under the different scenarios. Areas of concern include city liability for remittance payments, impact on personnel, pensions, and continuation of city work under the VARP program, funding requirements. It is a policy decision whether the City Council and the Mayor will choose to continue the CRA. If the City chooses to continue the CRA, recommendations include adoption of an urgency ordinance, authorization of City participation in VARP, and approval of the remittance payments, which is $97 million for 2011-12 and $25 million for 2012-13. There is a property tax discussion in the report. If the CRA is continued, then over a 5-year period, the CRA has provided an analysis that said that the City of LA would continue to receive the city's share of Assembly Bill 1290 revenue. And that's estimated to be $44 million over the 5-year period, which would be an annual amount every year. If the CRA is continued, the CRA would have approximately $947 million in cumulative resources for their CRA work program and operations, and this is net of debt service obligations. And the 5-year period is 2011-12 through 2015-16. However, if CRA is dissolved, under the legislation, the former tax increment would be redistributed back to the taxing entities. So the City of Los Angeles, in addition to Assembly Bill 1290 payments, would get additional property tax, their share, which is approximately 32%. However, the legislation says that if there are any shortfalls in costs and obligations that is not paid out of the tax fund, out of enforceable obligation costs and funds that are paid to the successor entities, the city would be required to use their funds to pay shortfalls. The CRA prepared a 5-year analysis that showed that if the city chose to use its AB 1290 revenues, those additional tax payments, or some other general fund money, it would take approximately 4 years to pay down any shortfalls that would result from the dissolution of CRA. And they estimated that in year 2015-16, there would be approximately $27 million tax payment with no tax payments over the next 4 years. Based on the information provided, our risks are best mitigated if CRA continues. If the ordinance is approved, Council must adopt the ordinance by August 19th to meet the October 1st deadline. The ordinance includes findings that would support an urgency ordinance. The CRA would retain its employees. The VARP fund would be administered by the CAO and will be established for deposit of funds from the CRA that would be used to pay the county for the remittance payments. The city and CRA will enter into a remittance funding agreement, which will allow CRA to transfer 21 days prior to the payments are due, which is January 15th and May 15th, the amount of money sufficient to pay the debt remittance payment. There are 5 items that are part of the report that are going to be reviewed by the CRA board. on Friday, August 12th, including a request for the city to file an appeal by Monday, 8/15, to the County Director of Finance on the 2011 and 12 amount. On August 1st, the County Director of Finance calculated the city's payment as $96.5 million instead of the $97.3 million that's used in the report. The CRA, for calculations purposes, used the $97.3 million because that was the original estimate provided by the Community Redevelopment Association in July. In addition, the remittance funding agreement, where the city does not intend to pledge any general fund revenues or other assets for the annual remittance payment, and indicates the source of funds will be solely from CRA funds. The allocation of the $97.3 million payment, which was allocated by region and project area, and that includes a waiver for a 5% contribution to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund for this fiscal year, was approximately $5.7 million, and adoption of a joint resolution making certain findings authorizing the CRA to use approximately $12.1 million in its housing funds for this year's payment.
Okay, Mr. Wesson?
Okay, thank you, Mr. President and members. Okay, so there's just a couple of things that I want you to publicly respond to. Okay, why do we feel, or why do you feel we need to opt in, and why do we have to do it now, and why is there an urgency? Especially when, if something comes up in the future and we decide not to do this, all we have to do is not make that initial payment in January and all bets are off. But I want people to understand, why is there urgency? Why are we doing this now? And I don't know, Commissioner, is it you or Ms. Essel? Just so my colleagues understand that. So why are we doing this now? Why is there urgency? What'll happen if we don't do it?
If we don't pass a ordinance and have it in effect by October 1st, we will lose our option to opt in. There is a court case going on right now before the Supreme Court, and we will probably have a decision by the end of the year as to whether these bills were legal or not. I believe the city takes the best course of action by having opted in, so in case that occurs, you've got the money. In addition, we've scoured our books, and we have worked with the CLA and CIO's office to show that we have the ability to make the payment should we need to make the payment, and that'll happen in January.
But if we don't want to make the payment, we don't have to make it.
Right, we can decide.
I want to make that, make that crystal clear.
That is absolutely crystal clear. We can decide at the beginning of January not to make that payment and dissolve the agency at that time.
So we dissolve the agency, let's say. What happens? There's going to be another board created that will oversee these types of development projects. What is the makeup of the board, and does that make sense, in your opinion, for the city to become a member of this board?
The board would consist of 7 members. 5 would be appointed by county-based authorities, and 1 would be a member of the city family appointed by the mayor, and 1 would be a member of AFSCME, our bargaining, our union representation. So it would be dominated by county interests.
So basically, members, what she's saying is that we probably would get rolled every time 5-2. So
that's how you would say it, and yeah, I would concur.
It does not even give us an opportunity really to make a case. So
the decision making would be made by this board.
It would be taken out of our hands. So the action, if we do get the vote today, at least we will remain in control.
Right.
We still have an option to pull out if things unravel,
change our mind,
as long as we don't make the initial payment. And in your view, this is the right course to take now, and the reason why we have to do it now is because we have to be on the books by October 1 as selecting the ability to opt in.
And I would add that there are, with 91 projects in the pipeline, and a number of them are very time sensitive. By opting in now and with the urgency provision, we're able to get back to work. We've been in business 60 years. We've been not working on anything new for the past, since June 29th. So by passing the urgency, we can move forward with any number of projects that are in escrow, that have time-sensitive that have time-sensitive issues associated with them. And so it clearly makes sense to move forward as soon as possible. Many cities have moved forward with an urgency ordinance already prior to the city of Los Angeles.
And two more things. Spend a moment talking about the lawsuit, where it is, who's a part of the lawsuit, and in the event that they are successful, how will this affect us?
There's been a lawsuit brought by the California Redevelopment Association. I'm Kelly Martin, City Attorney and General Counsel for the Community Redevelopment Agency. The lawsuit, and also by the League of Cities, and the lawsuit is a petition for writ of mandate, and they've asked that the legislation be stayed, and they've gone to the Supreme Court of the State of California directly. In the lawsuit, they asked that the Supreme Court rule on the stay by the 15th of August. The Attorney General for the state has responded and does not oppose the jurisdiction in the Supreme Court. However, they do obviously oppose the stay. The fundamental arguments in the case are on the side of the petitioners that Proposition 22 says that this is illegal, and on the side of the state, they argue that redevelopment is a creature of the legislature and therefore can be dissolved by the legislature.
So what happens if the CRA Association wins?
If the CRA Association wins, then the monies that either will have been paid if there's no stay or will be reserved for will be available for redevelopment.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing I want to say, members, then I will request an aye vote, is that today in committee we had individuals that have problems with the CRA, individuals that are very supportive of the CRA, but both of them believe that it is important for us to maintain this instrument. And that's what I'm saying. We need to control our own fate. By opting in, it gives us the opportunity to do that. And with that said, Mr. President, if there are any questions, I'll open it up for that. If there are no questions, I'll just take a aye vote and we can go on our merry way.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Next council member is Mr. Cardenas and then Mr. LaBonge.
The reason why we're suing the state is basically because we interpret that they violated the Constitution of California and also Prop 22, correct? Proposition 22 was passed when and by who?
Last October. It was November. It was passed by overwhelming supermajority in November of 2010.
So it was passed by the people of California.
People of California.
And basically Proposition 22 told the state of California, if you want to balance your budget, if you want to balance your books, you can't take money from local governments. In a nutshell, that's basically what it said, right?
Including the redevelopment was in the ballot title.
So it was actually specified that redevelopment money specifically was identified by the voters, and the voters did agree that the state should not take that money.
Correct.
And basically what the state did by this legislation that's on this item today is they're basically saying, you get to keep your wallet, but give me all your cash. Right?
Basically, yeah. Whatever isn't tied down.
Exactly. So whatever they can get away with and spend now, they want it. They want us to give it to them, right? Right.
And ongoing payments as well into future years.
But the fact of the matter is Proposition 22 basically delineated that that's our wallet. It's not the state's wallet, correct? Right. So yes. The state isn't balancing their books with state money. The state is trying to balance their books with City of LA redevelopment money and redevelopment money of jurisdictions throughout the state.
Correct.
So basically what we're actually doing reluctantly, I would say that we're doing it very reluctantly, is being that they're the state and they set the laws that govern our jurisdictions locally. In this case, we're saying, okay, you put a gun to my head, you want the cash out of my wallet, I'm going to follow through with those actions, but at the same time, I'm going to get a lawyer and I'm going to fight you in court so that you can either give me my money back, or if the courts are quick enough, right, the money will not have left our hands yet, and then we can still keep our money and then do what we've been allowed to do with our money, correct?
That would be our preference, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, colleagues, it's a shame that the state legislature has completely ignored the will of the voters, but also beyond that, Proposition 22 seems to be sustained. Proposition 22 seems to be a well-written ballot measure that actually got passed that is not bad law or law that's getting thrown out where we have to start over from scratch. It is a law that was passed by the people of California, and the bottom line is the state is ignoring that and saying, give us your cash. And how much is that cash again?
$96.5 million is the current current estimate. We are going to file an appeal to try to reduce that
Isn't
amount.
there another little kicker of money that they want us to throw in on top of that?
Well, it's 96.5 in 2012, and then in future years, the way they've structured the bill, for us, it'll be somewhere we're estimating between $25 and $28 million a year, gradually reducing, we believe, over the course of time.
Okay, but again, all of those payments do violate Proposition 22.
Correct.
Okay,
We're going after all of that. The association lawsuit.
Well, again, I want to thank you for all your good work, and you also admitted in committee, certainly we could always do a better job. Certainly there's cleanup legislation that we do agree with that's going through the legislature saying, look, if we want to tighten up the regulations or what have you, that's one thing, but don't put a gun to our head and take our money out of our wallet. That's basically what we're saying is, look, we will do things better. We will cooperate with responsible laws that don't violate the state constitution and don't violate the will of the voters. We'll do all those things. But this one here, we're cooperating with you because you have a gun to our head. But at the same time, we are getting our lawyers and we are going to fight this.
Well put.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, I just want to thank Mr. Wesson, for always your leadership on this. I see a lot of people from the Hollywood community that both you and I share, and they support this. Is that correct? So if you could just stand so you can see the council's support for that, which is very good. I thank you very much. And I also wanted to tell and request in some simple form, one sheet, that you could blast out to all the neighborhood councils throughout the city, those within or without, or any neighborhood association or business group, the importance of the Community Redevelopment Agency and what its role has been historically, how it's transforming in just a simple form, Ms. Essel. So you could just say a message from, and this is what we're doing, because it's interesting to see how it affects, I know, Los Angeles, but other cities throughout the state. This has been a real tool for their survival. And this is an important aspect, and although it's been very difficult, at the same time, I think it's made it better in the sense of its ability to be able to articulate its great need to survive in this difficult climate. So I wanted to ask you for that, your regular list, including this city clerk's list of all the neighborhood councils and neighborhood associations, and thank all the Hollywood leaders. The leaders of Hollywood are here today who've worked hand in hand. Remember when Peggy Stevenson was councilwoman in 1976, and they started the studies, and then over the years, through the work of others, and especially the work of Mr. Garcetti now, things are happening in Hollywood. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Councilmember Wesson for his role as a steward in this very tough period we're going through in the city. But I also want to emphasize my thanks to the staff in being able to endure these past 8-9 months of turbulence, months of defending ourselves, months of taking care of our investment, the hard work from the community folks, the stakeholders, the advocates in our communities in Pico Union, Westlake, and Chinatown, the MacArthur Park area. I mean, the whole list. These are areas that exist that have been improved upon because the private sector was not investing. The CRA came in and they established tools, created environments, organized stakeholders, created revenue-generating scenarios that helped the city in a way that it could not if it wasn't for the CRA. There are skill sets that we need in this city to expand this revenue pie, to create jobs. We are not geared up for it as a municipality. The CRA has that talent, They have that focus, and that's what we have been benefiting from. So at this stage of the process, to have the state, I know, and I've been informed by my esteemed colleague, the former Speaker of the Assembly, that it is easy for the state to say that's not our jurisdiction. It is not our fault that we have to take away your meals for seniors. It's not our fault that we have to shut down affordable housing. It's not our fault that we have to take away the very same job-creating abilities that is not part of our jurisdiction. But the fact is they are taking that money away. They are eliminating opportunities. They are taking away jobs with these actions. And that's something we need to be very clear about. There are consequences if we do not win in the Supreme Court, if we do not hold up Proposition 22, and it is a reflection of the callousness of how the municipalities are being treated by our state officials. So I just want to say thank you for your endurance, your stamina. I'm hoping that we could stay focused on what we need to do for the city and to continue addressing the needs of our neighborhoods that need this skill set. And I'm hoping that the city will learn how to adapt and fill in these skill sets so that we can learn how to expand our revenue pie and not rely on traditional resources. So for that, I thank you, and I look forward to a victory in the courts and hopefully bring back the resources our neighborhoods deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do support opt-in. I represent a council district that probably has the highest number of redevelopment areas in the entire city, and I know firsthand that this is one of the few tools that we have left to be able to leverage private investment and to bring it into areas that are so disadvantaged that they would otherwise not have any investment at all without the CRA. Because of the redevelopment agency, I've been able to bring in 2 new grocery stores south of Washington Boulevard with affordable housing on top of each one on Central Avenue. In partnership with the agency, we've begun the renovation of the Dunbar Hotel, which is a historic hotel, heart and soul of the Central Avenue community, and a historic gem not only for the city of Los Angeles, but I would say for the entire movement of jazz in the western United States. The redevelopment agency has been a critical partner in downtown Los Angeles in rebuilding not only the skyline, but helping to bring 5,000 new units of affordable housing in downtown Los Angeles, many of those units dedicated to permanent supportive housing for people who are homeless and mentally ill. So the agency has also been a key partner in working with the homeless provider community in making sure that people are able to qualify for these housing units, to be able to get them in and off of the street and into a recovery mode. So the redevelopment agency is a major part of the recovery network that we have built in this city. So I'm ready to move forward. Some of these projects have been delayed for months. I share Mr. Reyes's frustration with our representatives at other levels that they may not have fought as hard as they should have, for our own recovery in the areas that we all overlap and represent. But be that as we may, as it is, this is what it is. This is our best chance for survival, to be able to still have tax increment and to be able to leverage it in some form or fashion. So I hope we get a unanimous vote today. Thank you.
Where's the switch? The switch. Thank you, Councilman Perry and Council Garcetti.
Thank you very much. I'll just say some quick things in conclusion. Thank our chairman, Mr. Wesson, for helping us through this, as well as the agency and CLA, CAO, everybody who's been involved, city attorney. My favorite quote during all this redevelopment debate was, what the state couldn't do through larceny, they're now doing through murder, which is because the voters said you can no longer take from local government. They said, well, we'll just have to kill off this entity, and then we'll say if you ever want to come back with a three-quarter, we're gonna murder your entity, and if you ever want to come back, it can only be three-quarters as big. Well, the good thing that's come out of this debate is I think people have been able to look at what works with redevelopment and what doesn't. And I think that Los Angeles has been a learning entity as we've done redevelopment. Certainly long before any of us were here, and we look at what's happened in failed projects of the past. When we see, has the CRA ever overreached? Yes. Has redevelopment in this state ever done wrong? Yes. But when we took away using eminent domain from people to build stadiums, when we stopped doing things that clearly weren't generating jobs or doing any good for the community, we created something pretty special. I mean, Hollywood is a great example. It was brought about not because government came to Hollywood and said we want to do this because city halls decided it. It was actually grassroots residents and Chamber of Commerce, small businesses who came to the city and said, we'd like to have a redevelopment area. When we calculated in the last decade the impact of what has happened, there's been an increase of tax revenue from that redevelopment area of 574%. 574%. And for those listening at home, that doesn't just get spent in Hollywood. Most of it doesn't get spent in Hollywood. It gets spent in the entire city. So instead of it being in Burbank and Glendale and other places, we brought from shuttered storefronts and tourists that stayed there for 23 minutes and then went to Beverly Hills to spend their money, as they did in the 80s. Now we actually have money being spent, we have content that is there, and we have a community. And that's why it's important for us to, I respect this governor a lot. He used redevelopment a lot to become a great mayor of Oakland, used it as much as anybody in the state. But this has been an opportunity for us to focus on what we're good at, to get better at it. The CRA in recent years has put a focus on things like our infrastructure and affordable housing, which makes this city more livable. It makes it more prosperous. At the end of the day, critics will always be able to point to things that redevelopment hasn't succeeded because it is not like paving a street. It is always a gamble and a risk to do development work. But when you look at some of the numbers don't lie, and when you look not just in Hollywood but other areas, on balance, this has been a net good for the people of Los Angeles, for the city's budget, for our schools and counties' budgets, and it is worth protecting. I just wish we didn't have a gun to our head today, but I appreciate your good work to be able to do it in a way that's substantive, and I hope we win in court.
Thank you, Councilor Garcetti. Councilmember Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think having been briefed by our CRA director and all the attorneys, I don't think we have a choice except to opt in. I think the alternative is not in our interest. When you think about all the things the CRA areas have agreed to and purchased and all the money invested, to ever think about putting that up for some auction or sale, particularly in light of the fact that we'd have little say as a member, two members of a seven-member board as to what happens to the resources and the dollars we've invested. I think, I would hope over time that the folks at the CRA statewide has some sway in getting, and I think most of us agree as monitored this, that there is probably a need to adjust the overall percentage of what's coming into CRA, and that seems to be what's impacting the state decision. But I think the state legislation just kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater as opposed to looking at the benefits. Because I know as I walk through the 8th District, there are many things that would not be there if it were not for CRA, and that's from senior housing to the most recent publicized Malton Square, to Vermont Manchester and eminent domain. All those things would just be on a drawing board, and we're not a rich CRA area, but CRA has given us the tools to work through, along with CDD and funding and Scotch tape and a lot of things to put these deals together. But people actually see the benefit of them. And in fact, just the other day, we're talking about a facade program along Western Avenue. Those are the kinds of things that come to us because piecing money together and understanding how to use that tool. So I would hope that we would run as quickly as we can to opt in. I would hope then that we look to see how some adjustments can be made on the state level so that we can solidify CRA for the long term. And I'd hope we can continue down the path of, as we're looking at, is merging CRA areas, extending CRA time, because the job hasn't been done. For my district, even though the CRA areas have been there since '92, we've not had the ability to gather enough money to say we've developed since 1992. The development has been very recent. accumulating and pulling resources in. So I'd hope we begin to look at it from two different levels. We opt in, and then we look at the reforms to make sure we solidify and make sure CRA is here for the long term, and that we also are looking down the road of how do we make sure that we are making these areas functional, and also a timeline that gives them more life so the community will get the benefit of that original intent. So I certainly am 100% supportive that we opt in and that we look for those longer term solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I was just having a sidebar conversation with Mr. Wesson, chair of the committee, to get a better understanding of the issue. I don't have a CRA issue. There are 3 of us districts that don't have one. But what I resent, frankly, is the state. We're the closest to the people, the local level. We're the ones that are directly impacted day to day, every day, all the time. I'm not in Sacramento. I'm not in Washington. I am where the rubber hits the road. And when I heard Ms. Perry, with her eloquence, talking about permanent housing with supportive services, talking about affordable housing, and Mr. Wesson clearly pointing out that this is the best we can do at this point, considering the state's power as a state over a city. But I really resent it. What this governor and what this president has to do is bite the bullet about more taxes on those who have been getting out of taxes. Since the mid-'80s, when Reagan got in, things got chipped away where the super rich are not paying what they were paying. And then this last president so irresponsibly did what he did with the taxes for the rich and so on and so forth. And this is crazy. So the fact we have to give $97 million so that we can still have control even bothers me too. But I don't think we have an option at this point, and I just wish the politicians and the other levels of government showed a little more leadership in dealing with the issues and not robbing Peter to pay Paul. Because if the federal government doesn't come through with our money, we're going to be short more money. If the state doesn't come through with our money, we're going to be short more money. How are we supposed to run a city? So this might be from his point of view, and I think Mr. Garcetti made a good point about Oakland. For God's sake, Oakland and the work he did as mayor there wouldn't have happened without the CRA. So come on, let's be straight and honest about what we're dealing with here. And it's unfortunate that we will have to vote in and take $97 million that I know we could use here and give it to them so that at least we have some control and some protection. Am I right on that?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Weezer.
Thank you. I think opting in is obviously the right choice for the city of Los Angeles. I won't go into details in my district, but certainly the little economic development activity I see is being initiated by the redevelopment agency. Or it also has some indirect benefits by having other investors realize that some low-income areas are worthy of development when the CRA makes it possible to make that development viable. So it's the right choice. Obviously, the critics of the CRA do point out to some issues about how we are investing money. How do we provide more accountability? Those are issues that should not be lost on deaf ears. I think we should listen to them and see what they have to say. Listening to some state legislators up in Sacramento that were very critical of all CRAs, not just ours, see what their issues are and why the redevelopment agencies would put in the situation that we were put in, and try to improve ourselves, because I think it would go a long way to continuing the little available redevelopment efforts in some very low-income areas. So I want to thank the CRA for your work, and opting in is the obvious choice. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Labange.
Question, Ms. Essel, or any of the staff, for the public's view. Right now, the tax base that you pay on property and redevelopment agency, there's still tax that does go to the city at a certain time. If you just could explain that, because it always, I remember John Ferraro told me, like downtown, whatever the ARCO or the then Atlantic Richfield paid for at 6th and Flower in 1962 or 4 when they started it, that tax money went to the city, and as it appreciated, that went to the agency. Is that correct?
Actually, thank you for asking about that. Central Business District closed out completely.
I got that.
About a year ago, and
Right.
when it started, it had a $330 million land value in total, and when we completed it, it had a $6.5 billion land value. So now that
Billion.
Billion.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Did I say a million?
Yeah, yeah.
Billion.
Right.
Billion. And so the 32% of the property tax dollars that's generated on that $6.5 billion comes back to the city now,
Right.
which is, of course, at least 20 times greater than it was when we started.
Right.
So
It's a
there's-
partnership that has been successful. Again, I know Mr. Rosendahl was talking about the Supreme Court earlier, and you were talking about our governor and others. The president, whatever the case may be right now, this is tough times. So we have to retool ourselves. And in this process, I think we'll be successful. But we want to stand with you. And again, it's great to see the Hollywood community here standing with you, which I think, Mr. Garcetti, you got the math right, is contributing well over 40% in this effort today.
Thank you. That's the last speaker on the queue, so it's time for a vote. We have the committee report before us. There was public comment was held in committee per the Bound Act. Does anybody wish to reopen that? If not, there's no motion to reopen that, which is policy always. We will read the name into the record that folks who had cards filled out: Arnold Sachs, Lori Goldman, Nicole Shahinian, John Walsh, and John Walsh a second time. With that, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. We can move to send that. Yeah, we're going to actually move to suspend the rules to send it right now. So let's open the roll on suspension of the rules to send it forthwith during the meeting. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, and we will send that to the mayor right away. If we go to the next, we're going to take up for our Revenue Day, which is, I know many people have been waiting for, is finally here. Items 13, 14, 24, and 25 we're going to take together. As we clear out the central well there, we will, let me just say a few introductory things. I'll hand it over to Mr. Parks to also frame it, and then we will take it from there. Colleagues, there was a desire, and there's been an ongoing tradition in the council to take a day to discuss or take the main focus of some of these meetings, particular items, whether it be the infrastructure of our city. We've talked about education recently on the proposed stadium event center deal, but also we had a desire to discuss specifically the revenues in the city's budgets. And when we talk about revenues, we're talking about the funds that pay for our police patrols and fire protection, that fill our potholes, make sure our parks and libraries are open and other critical city services are provided. City revenues tend to rise and fall with the economy, but to maintain services, we are looking at what we can do to stabilize that ride. We are in a better place than the state, which often goes up and down with income tax, and we have more diverse taxes. But in the recent economic downturn, we've certainly seen a lot of work to try to stabilize as all of our revenue sources went down with the economy. Yeah, if we could ask folks to please take their conversations out and please keep their conversations to a minimum so we can frame the Revenue Day. Shh. Thank you. So our purpose today, colleagues, is to figure out how we can do more with less. I'm very proud of the work that you all have done around this horseshoe on structural pension and other fiscal reforms we've enacted to save taxpayers more than $500 million and to still maintain services. We also can't afford to leave any money on the table, so I created the Commission on Revenue Efficiency, and we have members from CORE that are here today. We'll hear from its chair, Ron Galpern, and others about the great work that they are doing to move forward our revenue collections. The 90-page blueprint to completely overhaul collections and potentially collect hundreds of millions of dollars for city services. But we also recognize that revenues start with jobs. So building upon our previous reforms today, we can discuss ways such as the reconvening that did of the Business Tax Advisory Committee, and Mr. Alarcon just heard in his committee some of their initial recommendations for new and sweeping reforms. It is important to recognize that Their consultant looked at some issues last week that we're able to look specifically at what we could do to potentially eliminate the business tax reform and generate money and revenue as well. Hold on one second, Mr. Rosendahl, I'm almost done. So we're hear many of these revenue ideas here today, and I want to thank the Budget and Finance Committee, Chairman Mr. Parks, and others for rightfully bringing the city together around revenue today. These are tough times when people need these services most, the challenge in providing them, and today we will take a large step forward to finding the solutions we need. I want to thank our CAO and CLA who are here, as well as those others who will be a part of that conversation. Hand it over to Mr. Parks, but Mr. Rosendahl, did you want to say something?
Point of order?
Yeah, point of order.
Yeah, just a point of order. We got this stuff today, obviously, handed out, and we're going to go through a read right now.
Correct.
And my hope is, if this is your thought, that this is a discussion that we then continue, and then when we come back from recess, have a more substantive discussion on what we've got today,
Absolutely.
Get it out there, get interaction and so on, so that we have time to study it,
Absolutely.
come up with other ideas.
And ongoing, we can do that on a specific day or ongoing. We expect a number of motions and hopefully continuing work to come out of this today, so it is a discussion, a platform for all of the above. Absolutely.
Okay, good, because like I have a Transportation Committee meeting at 2, and we're already after 12, so just the beginning,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes, and we have a number of members who are excused as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Parks, did you want to say a few things to frame the opening?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Also, could we have item number 14 tied to this so that
yeah, I think it was
Mr.
15 as well?
Santana does his discussion, he can talk to us.
I think it went
about-
on consent. Nobody called it special. It went on consent, but you can talk about it on these things if you want.
Very good. Mr. Santana, when you do your presentation, if you can just include the issue of the bond, our rating and such. Colleagues, today what we'd like to do is go through, as we've done, I think, on 2 to 3 other occasions, to talk about revenue in general. The CAO is going to start off with an overview of our budget and also talk about our bond rating and talk about also maximizing how we might deal with existing revenue streams. CLA has been the keeper of the matrix as to prior meetings we've had and has a document that's been presented that goes through what is still remaining from prior meetings and prior ideas, many of which are items that would have to go before the electorate and in most instances have a 2/3 vote. And so these are things that we have looked at but chose not to put on the ballot over time. We also will ask the chair and members of the core committee to come up. Unlike what they've done in the past when they've come before us, they're not here to talk about the items from their prior report, but today they want to talk about things that they've evaluated that they believe will provide new and different ways to raise revenues or ways to monitor our existing revenue sources. And then finally, we're going to have Office of Finance to come up, and they have been the ones given the task to put all of the recommendations from controllers' reports, the Macias report, core report, and all of the others under one umbrella, and they're the task with keeping track and reporting routinely back to us as to our accomplishments. And so what we'd like to start off with Mr. Santana with the overview, and he has a slide presentation. I'd ask every member, please pay attention to this. This is probably the only way that we're going to be dealing with our future financial shortfalls. It's not continuing to cut. It cannot continue to eliminate services. It appears that we're going to have to create ways to generate more revenue in the city in a variety of ways so that we can provide the services that are intended. So, Mr. Santana.
In true CAO style, we have a PowerPoint presentation. We'll go ahead and start with that. I'm working, it's a document that looks like that, and we'll put it on the screen in a few moments. To start off, it's important to remind ourselves of the process that we've been through for the last few years. Your council has made significant progress in dealing with our various challenges using a balanced approach of expenditure reduction and revenue enhancements. We've reduced the size of the workforce at unprecedented levels, and we've also utilized and maximized as much one-time revenue as possible. Beyond that, we've been fortunate to see that our revenues after the free fall we experienced a few years ago have stabilized. And up until earlier this week, we started seeing signs of growth in the economy, and we started seeing improvements when it comes to our TOT and our sales tax. As we'll see later, they're still behind where they were at their height, but they're slowly starting to recover. Our cost drivers, we made progress in a significant way, but they still continue to be the drivers in our projected deficits in the future. And we have several major unknowns that we're going to have to contend with in the future. The Ardon case, the issues around Prop 26, and various tax reform proposals that I know are being considered. So what we're laying out is a recommendation that we pursue a strategy, one, to maintain the existing revenues that we currently have, to continue to maximize existing revenue sources, and to actually consider raising new ones. This is consistent, if you go to the next slide, with a 3-year plan towards sustainability that's now been presented to this council twice over the last 2 years. On the next slide is really what we refer to as the bubble chart. If you start at the beginning of 2010 to 2011, about a year and a half ago, we had projected out over the next 5 years a series of deficits that were really the motivation behind much of the work that we laid out. It's represented by the blue line. We projected a $350 million deficit the year 2011-12, $450 million deficit 12-13, over $500 13-14, and $550 14-15. In the course of the last 2 years, your council has made significant progress in addressing the structural deficit that we've projected at that time. Essentially reducing it in half to approximately $200 million 12-13, to $40 million 13-14, to $68 million in 14-15, and now $200. This is, let me be clear, while there has been significant progress, this is our best case scenario. This is what we know of today. And of course, there are a number of major factors that are out there, as we rated, pending lawsuits, the economy, and a number of other issues that are likely to raise these deficits as we move forward. And it's important to stress that to lay out the context. In order to move forward in addressing these structural deficits that we see, the challenge is really going to be maintaining the progress we've been on in terms of defining our core mission. But even if we were to do that, maybe we'll be fortunate to find $100 million worth of solutions of further reductions and various efficiencies. It's going to be a challenge to find $200 million of those efficiencies. And so part of the solution, we believe, has to be new revenue. And so in the context of this discussion, as Mr. Rosendahl said just at the beginning, we are recommending that we set as a target identifying $100 million worth of ongoing revenue within the next 5 years. Of course, as we get to the end of those 5 years, at the initial phases, that could be done through one-time revenue in a variety of different sources. But that, we recommend, be our target. On slide number 4, again, it's a reminder of the path that we've been through, the fact that our budget has pretty much remained flat while our deficit has increased due to the cost of doing business. The net result of that has been a significant drop in our workforce. Overall, a 13% reduction in our workforce. If you take out police department altogether, both civilian and sworn, the rest of the city has faced about a 20% reduction in the workforce in over a 3 to 5 year period of time. As a reminder, on slide number 5, we encountered this year a $336 million deficit. The most important part of the solution here is to emphasize that only 6% of our solution to the $336 million was in fact new revenue. And as you see in the future, new revenues under the best case scenario, assuming that our economic situation doesn't worsen, will be growing in a very gradual and slow pace. So to assume that we're going to grow out of the particular structural deficit that we have is simply a wrong assumption. On slide number 6, it provides you a snapshot of our revenue mix. And one of the things that Wall Street actually looks favorably on the city is that we have a fairly diverse revenue stream. Many other cities don't have the diversity in revenues that we have. And property tax, being the most significant, is actually one of the most stables, and one of the few positive things of Prop 13 is that it ensured that stability. The negative side, of course, is that it capped the growth on an annual basis. License permits and fees and fines, those are really more internal reimbursements. Utility tax, it fluctuates. The most sensitive to the economy, of course, are the sales tax, the transient occupancy tax, and the documentary transfer tax. The business tax is also sensitive, but not as sensitive. On slide number 7 is a reminder as to our conservative approach in projecting revenues. Yet another thing that Wall Street looks favorably on is that we have been consistently honest and conservative in our projections on revenue. Overall, we projected no more than a 1.9% increase in all of our revenues. This goes into detail as to what they are. The outlier is the residential development tax, but again, that's a very small number in terms of the actual increase. And we'll know throughout the course of the year whether we met the mark on all of these major revenues. Slide number 8 gives you a snapshot of all general fund revenues in aggregate and the pattern that they've experienced. You know, when you look at it in sort of in isolation, it doesn't show a dramatic drop given the crisis that we had to deal with. And that is because, for the most part, our revenues dropped slightly. But our expenditures are the thing that are driving our deficits. And so the pattern of growth that we experienced between 2002 and 2007 basically flatlined, and we did experience a drop. And eventually we'll hopefully start catching up, but we don't foresee ever catching up, at least in the next 5 years, to the expenditures that we're on. On slide number 9, it gives you a long-term view of what the changes have been over an extended period of time since 1990. You know, this pattern of growth is fairly consistent with what you would see in a lot of major cities. Again, the most significant drop occurred during the years 9 and 10 a few years ago. We're seeing a slow recovery, but not again the same pattern that we saw in growth at the mid part of the last decade. Property tax, again, shows a level of stability. We saw the steep increase during the boom period, and then we never really saw a dramatic drop. We just saw a flattening of it. One of the benefits, as I said, of Prop 13 is the fact that there continues to be a gap between the assessed value and the actual value of properties. And so there, even under this environment, there still will be growth in our property taxes. License, permits, and fees, again, the growth and then the dramatic drop. Utility usage fees, less change, a stable growth, not as dramatic as a drop. A business license tax, again, sensitive to the economy. The most sensitive is on slide 14 in terms of our sales tax. There is a direct correlation between the unemployment rate and our sales tax. So as the unemployment rate increases, our sales tax goes down, and this is consistent in not just us, but in the county as well. Our transient occupancy tax is doing better. We're seeing more visitors in Los Angeles. It's something that obviously why improving the convention center is so important to maintain that. Documentary transfer tax really reflects the activity in the purchasing of homes. Dramatic drop, and it has a far away from recovery, and that's obviously reflected in the marketplace. Parking users tax is an opportunity for potential increases, not as sensitive to the economy. It's essentially flattened. As parking fines are what they are, it really reflects our ability to collect. So the revenue challenges that we're facing, again, the biggest challenge is that our revenues are simply not catching up to our expenditures. We have a number of large settlements, the Ardon case being the most significant one. We'll be briefed in closed session on the status of that case. We have some question and potential challenges to the legality of certain revenue sources, including the water transfer. We're starting to see revenue erosion due to new technology, particularly in the communications users tax, as people cancel their landlines and only use their cell phone as their primary phone. That behavior has seen a reduction in that. The most significant, of course, is the double dip recession. You know, I was asked quite a bit over the last few days of the impact of the federal S&P downgrade. The reality, the reaction to the downgrade is more significant than the downgrade itself. That is because obviously what we saw occur in Wall Street and the unstable economy that it's created, and when you add to that what's going on in Europe, we are somewhat very vulnerable given the place that we are at in terms of the impact to the economy here in Los Angeles. And then also the obstacles for creating new revenue in Los Angeles are unique. And Mr. Parks mentioned the downgrade that we recently received. This was one of the issues that was cited, that unlike other parts of the country, we are required to go to the voters to raise revenue. There are things within our control. The most significant is obviously staying within our own budget and making sure that departments implement their budgets and we don't see a delay, that we are aggressive in enforcement and proper collection procedures, and that we begin to address some of the revenue erosion and make sure that we don't go away from our policy decisions. So as a strategy, we're recommending three main ideas. One, maintain the existing revenue that we currently have, find ways to maximize revenue sources, and again, raise new revenues, and we would recommend a $100 million target over the next 5 years. In maintaining our existing revenue sources, we have an existing financial policy, just as a reminder, that states that any revenue reductions to both the general fund and special fund should only be approved as temporary adjustments with the sunset clause. And so that's something to consider in the debate around the BTAC in particular, and that permanent revenue reduction should be implemented, not be implemented due to Prop 218. We were concerned that it would trigger a requirement for voter approval. We are also recommending, should there be any consideration of adjusting or reducing or eliminating existing revenues, that we be guaranteed or assured that there's a replacement revenue to ensure that there isn't a gap that's created in our own budget. In terms of maximizing existing revenue, you know, we've done a lot of work to ensure full cost recovery for operations, including direct and indirect costs and capital costs. That's a major part of our solutions in our various budget deficits that we've encountered. We're moving forward and enhance enforcement, enhance collections with a revenue sheriff, as it's called. We're currently in the process of selecting an individual to oversee that. We're recommending an aggressive approach to our assets and better management of our assets overall. Continue to do full cost recovery of those programs that are receive special funds, and of course the regular implementation and monitoring the budget with the budget chair and his committee do on a regular basis. In terms of raising new revenues, the context, the current financial policy is that new and expanded unrestricted revenue sources should be the first applied to support existing programs before funding new ones. In other words, if we're going to find new revenue, we should look at the programs today that are short before we look at expanding new or creating new programs. So Jerry will walk you through the various ballot initiatives and various ideas that you have considered in the past to raise rates on existing taxes or create new tax revenue sources, to engage in, there's been a number of proposals, a couple that will be considered on Friday, to engage in partnerships with nonprofits and the private sector. And of course, we continue to believe that we should pursue one-time opportunities. The revenue opportunities that we have, and Jerry will go into greater detail, is looking at the tax rate increase to existing tax sources such as parking, user's tax, transient occupancy tax, documentary transfer, et cetera. Looking at ways to partner with another agency, a nonprofit, as we're proposing with the zoo. The idea behind the zoo is not just about reducing the cost for the city, but more importantly is the new revenue that a nonprofit could provide in generating if they had management and oversight over that asset. And then looking at ways of increasing revenue, particularly our sales tax and our hotel tax, by reviewing the model that we currently have in terms of the operation of the convention center, and then looking at new revenue sources subject to 218, including the billboard tax. And then finally, I hate to bring up a sore subject, but I do think that it's worth looking again at our parking garages. Since your council voted on not moving forward on the last proposal, you should know that my office received several unsolicited proposals that looked at a number of different ways of addressing this problem. We received one unsolicited proposal with the original P3 idea that was presented to you with some changes. We had a proposal for a leaseback proposal. Specifically, the firm makes up upfront payment in exchange for an annual lease payments by the city over 20 to 35 years. And then another leaseback proposal where the firm purchases the buildings, the city retains the ownership of the land, and the title reverting to the city at the end of the agreement in 15 and 30 years. And then the fourth one is a leaseback where the firm pays the city an upfront payment, fees structured as debt, and the city makes the payment to the firm for management fees. There's clearly an interest among the private sector in our garages. I continue to believe that it's an asset that we haven't fully maximized. It's an opportunity to obtain one-time money, but as well as ongoing revenue for the city if they're more effectively managed. And what we would recommend is some direction from all of you as to how to proceed. Of course, all of these proposals that we receive have been unsolicited. We cannot pursue any of them. The city attorney has opined, should you choose to pursue any of these models, we would of course have to go back and issue a new RFP to do so. So with that, I'll transition over to Jerry.
And just before that, we just have to take one technical change. If we can reconsider the item from yesterday, the stadium item, Mr. Labange wanted to be included as a vote as well, so it's no new additions or anything, but you can still reconsider up to a day before. We're going to revote the stadium deal from yesterday because Mr. Labange wanted to be added to the vote and was not here. If we can open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Excuse me, Mr. President, for clarification, that was item 18 on yesterday's agenda. It's Council File 11-0023, again 11-0023.
Thank you, because some people are excused. We now have all the population here that was here yesterday, plus Mr. Labange, so please open the roll again, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is now technically a 13-0 vote. Okay. If we go back to the item, and Mr. Parks.
Mr. Santana, could you just give the council and the public, when you talk about raising revenue, a couple of things that you've put forward in the budget, primarily the paramedic building and also the most recent dealing with traffic officers and the revenue generating, to give ideas in addition to cutting costs or cutting resources. We've also done some other things on part-time employees and in addition to the things that will be discussed for the zoo Friday. But just give that kind of an overview.
As part of the budget, your council adopted a strategy to use part-time employees for traffic officers in the transportation department. The department is in the process of hiring those part-time employees. We have budgeted $9 million of new revenue that would come through that strategy. They are pursuing it aggressively, and we're hoping to make sure that that $9 million target is established. In addition to that, your council also approved last year the privatization of our ambulance billings. That will produce new revenue. That's a model that incentivized the private operator to generate new revenue for the city. As they are more aggressive in collection, the city would gain more revenue in that process. And so those are two models that should also help our revenue picture as part of this year's budget.
Okay, I'm going to be talking from two items that we handed out. One is entitled Revenue Options, which I will start with. These are revenue options that do not require voter approval. The second handout are revenue issues that would require going to the voters. So I'll start with the non-voter approved ones first. And I do want to start off by saying that what you have before you are ongoing revenue proposals. And these are we're not necessarily recommending these. We tried to raise as many as we could. Didn't want to filter out too much. We wanted to try to put everything on the table. So these are not recommendations, but they're ideas to be kicked around. But it is important to, again, keep in mind that we're focusing on ongoing revenue issues because of the structural imbalances that we've experienced over the years. I think that Miguel's slide 8 showed that there was not an enormous dip in revenue, but a lot of that was made up by one-time revenues. In fact, our ongoing revenues dipped substantially to the tune of something like $300 million. So it's going to be important to identify ongoing revenue sources to get us back in structural balance. Again, many of these also you've heard before over the last couple of years. There are instructions outstanding, so I'll go through these quickly here. The first is an EMS voluntary fee. That's in essence is an insurance policy. Voluntarily, people will pay a monthly fee so that if they need EMS services, they wouldn't get billed. A number of cities have these: Glendale, Santa Ana, Fullerton, City of Loma Linda in 2009 initiated a similar program. We estimated it could be generate anywhere from $5 to $10 million annually based on a fairly low participation rate. This concept was endorsed by the council. The fire department was focusing on the ambulance billing issues. I think, as Miguel said, we do recommend that the fire department be instructed to come back with a status report on that program within the next 30 days. On page 2 of 9B is, again, ambulance billings. This is the treatment non-transport fee. Currently, if paramedics respond and they're not nobody is billed for it. The only billing has to do with ambulance transport. Again, that's an issue that the council wanted more information on. So we're recommending the fire department be reported back and the city attorney prepare an ordinance to implement a treatment no transport fee. There are some new cost recovery fees for the LFD that have been identified and presented. So far, there have been no guidance given, and we recommend that fire department be instructed to report back. They include the standby fees for special events, costs for removing standing or rushing water. Charging for rescue services is authorized by the state government code, and established tiered hazardous material storage fees based on volume rather than flat fees. The next one is formalize and post no parking for all street sweeping areas. Again, we've discussed this before. There are areas that are not posted, and I believe the intent or the desire is to sweep those once a month. If they were posted and fines were actually issued for violating the parking restrictions, that could generate up to $30 million annually. That may be a bit optimistic, but based on the number of miles that are swept that are not posted currently, there is the potential to generate that revenue. Of course, that would also require actually sweeping those streets, so there would be operational costs involved. Privatization of the zoo, again, Miguel discussed that, as well as the convention center. Those are issues that would be coming forward to you. Miguel also mentioned city parking, garages. We also agree. I also agree that it's something we should look at. The larger proposal, again, did not move forward. That doesn't mean, however, that we shouldn't continue to look at doing our parking structures better and trying to generate some revenues through various possible ideas. The nonprofit leasing policy, again, the amount is unknown. There's a CEO and CLA report related to the motions pending in ITGA committee. Signage obviously is a big one, and I know it's a concern for many of you. The signage ordinance are being drafted. Items have been in plub committee. There was, as you recall, during the budget discussions, a concern with zoo and rec and parks being unable to have sponsorships and generate special fund revenue that involved any sort of signage. So the instructions are to form the working groups and look at those issues. Again, so there are a variety of issues relative to signage. Moving on.
I just wanted to comment, Madam President, on the signage issue. It's into plum. Are we looking at, for instance, in my district, which I know well about this, 20 passive billboards flipped to digital? We never got a straight answer what the revenue was coming out of that. Of course, we don't participate in the revenue. And one of the things I would like to do is participate in the revenue stream that comes out of those digital billboards that have flipped. I don't know if they make $2.5 million a year per billboard or whatever. We've never seen the numbers. No one's explicit. Will we have an opportunity in this process to bring those digital flips before us? I think there are 100 in the city, if I'm not mistaken. That could be a good revenue stream for us, since we're all impacted by those, be they on private property or public property, but the whole point of it for us to feel the expression of 10 or 15 or 20 different messages. They obviously are effective, they're going well, they're generating revenue. Are we looking at how we can participate in that profit? Is that part of the discussion?
That is part of the discussion. I think the city attorney has advised on numerous occasions. Some sort of a tax is probably permissible, but for First Amendment reasons, revenue sharing, quote unquote, on private property is problematic. Now, we did actually propose a tax to be placed on the was it last November ballot, or that the council did not move forward on, or last March, I beg your pardon. So there are some issues there. Now, we can revenue share on public property, but as you know, we actually are trying to do that. We have the street furniture program in place. There are many communities throughout the city that don't want advertising in their communities. So we are getting a fraction of what we could be getting from the street furniture contract. There are millions of dollars that are possible there by allowing signage on public property. But again, there are huge policy discussions to be considered there. So it's a huge issue, and yes, all of these things are going to be on the table and considered.
Okay, I just want to make sure that digital flips are on the table, because that was the part that was so dramatic and such a revenue stream, and I'd like to see how we can capture some of that as well.
Sure.
Obviously, the other ones are controversial, and I agree with that point.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. You go ahead, there's no other speaker in the queue.
Then on item page 6, item J, this is a telecom equipment on city facilities. The city attorney filed a report in June about regulations. In essence, this is working with installation of cell towers and related equipments on city property. There is, again, a potential to generate revenue there. The Plum and Public Works Committee instructed the city attorney to convene a task force, so that will be coming back to you. K, telecom on equipment on street lights. Mr. Wesson, I know, had a motion on this, and this has been kicking around for a while. What this is about is having small, sort of mini distributed antennas for cell service, and we actually license our street our street lights and other street to place these antennas on it. It's been kicked around for actually quite a number of years, but the technology hasn't gotten to the point where it's feasible to start this process. But we are continuing to look at it, and it is a possibility of generating some revenue. We have the issue of use of public right-of-way, in essence, franchise fees. We do this with the gas company now, pipeline franchise fees. There's a possibility that we can extend this to telecom and other utility companies. The recommendation is to instruct DOT to explore this and to report back. The Administrative Citation Program is item M. Budget and Finance Committee requested revisions to the draft ordinance submitted by City Attorney. They submitted the ordinance in June, and Budget and Finance Committee is currently reviewing it. You're going to be hearing from CORE and Department of Finance on the Commission on Revenue Efficiency and the Macias Consulting Group issues. League of California Cities and National League of Cities, I believe that Mr. Parks wanted this put on for discussion. This is something that we're monitoring, and in fact, the genesis of this this matrix that again we've been discussing for a couple of years, in fact, was a statewide analysis of what others are doing to try to come up with ideas. But it is important to note, as Miguel said, that it's really only applicable to look at what's going on within California, because we do have unique restrictions on our ability to raise revenue. Virtually everything now has to go to the voters. So it's not terribly productive to look outside the state, since the laws are very different in raising revenues. I'm not going to go through all of Q. It's a whole variety of budget instructions that are in various stages, either ordinance drafting by city attorney, instructions to report back, items pending in committee. So those are the non-voter approved revenue sources. Again, the amounts of money we're talking about are probably not substantial, but we would certainly need to pursue everything we can pursue. Now, briefly turning to the voter-approved ones, again, under Prop 26, virtually everything has to go to the voters now, and Prop 218. And the first page is the deadlines. Yes.
The discussions that are going on about various public-private partnerships of different ilk, do you have any sense of what we could get out of some of them? For instance, signage issues around parks and other public areas where there's tremendous concern. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying what we should do at this point. Have you been able to quantify some notion of what kind of revenues could come out of that? Too early, obviously.
It's too early, and we would need some direction on how to pursue it, because obviously the revenues are going to depend on, well, one, the city signage ordinance allowing for off-site signage, and in such a fashion that we can do it on city property. So it's got to be an ordinance that will withstand scrutiny. Also, where, size, density, I mean, all of those issues from a policy perspective about what can be considered are integral to what those revenues might be. Yeah. So it's really too early in the process to come up with any numbers.
We heard Plum yesterday, at least I listened to it a little bit on the council phone, and there was so much discussion among some constituents about not having anything, and I'm saying, how do we make our city function? I mean, we have to explore that, is what we have to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Levon.
I wanted to say, I like the word public-community partnership. When you privatize public, it does leave people with a different taste. And just as this council horseshoe here, for our Little League fields and our sports fields, it's good to see sponsorship of the community in some fashion in that way directed. But what people don't want to see advertising all over the place, and I agree with that, there needs to be structure. And also we need to realize that the Board of Recreation and Parks Commission does have some power over this, independent of us, as they pursue the ever-increasing challenge of trying to fund things. Just want to make one point. The biggest thing that disappoints me, and I'm a water and power guy, is that we get a bill from them, from the utility, yet we send them no bill for their transmission, which goes throughout the city, for their pipelines, which go throughout the city. And I'm a DWP guy. That being said, I wish there's a way we could trade off on that. I believe that they don't have to pay the property tax because they're a public entity, but yet we should have some partnership with them and even go to the voters to ask that the Department of Water and Power, and make sure that we're meeting guidelines, not wasting power, not wasting water, have some form there. Because what disappoints many administrators And now, in talking to the general manager of Recreation and Parks, Mr. Muckry, is all of a sudden he's got to make a choice between keeping the lights on or closing facilities based on the having to pay what previously wasn't a directed bill on that. But that would be a key element to look at a way, because if you're in Inyo County or you're in Mono County, another county, the water power does pay local property tax, which I agree. If you're Edison, you're coming down Vineland Avenue into Universal City, you pay property tax. So this may be something we get some partnership with DWP. As I said, I'm proud of their heritage, but also I know I want to be a better partner with them to look for ways that we could do what we need to do to keep the parks and libraries open. And last closed, every new solar panel should be put on top of a library, a school, or a park before anywhere else to get the public benefit for the good of that, to take them off the grid. Thank you, Mr. Miller, Mr. Santana. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Back to the voter approved stuff. The way Prop 218 works is there are special taxes and general taxes. The only time that you can do, a general tax requires a majority vote of the electorate. However, the only time that you can do that is on a ballot in which the legislative body is running. That would mean that the next opportunity to put a general tax on the ballot would be March of 2013. Now, the special taxes can be put on any ballot. The next available opportunity for that would be the state primary election in June 5th of 2012. If we wanted to go on that ballot with something, the deadline would be February 1st. Now, there is one exception. You can put a general fund, a general tax with a majority vote on one of these ballots if there's a finding of economic emergency by unanimously by the City Council with the concurrence of the mayor. That is, in fact, what we did with the gang tax. But again, that's a fairly high bar. But anything else would require a 2/3 voter approval. Now, virtually all of these you actually have seen before. On page 2, it's the recovery fee for 911 and dispatch operations. Based on the cost of the service, it could generate up to $65 million annually. This was initially tried as a fee, but was struck down because of lawsuits, so it would require voter approval. Item B is an increase in the documentary transfer tax rate. It could generate up to $90 million annually. Again, as Miguel said, it's a very volatile tax. And of course, in a down retail market, there would be discussions about levying another tax on sales. But currently, our documentary transfer tax is $4.50 per thousand. We are amongst the lowest. If we were to double that to $9 per thousand, again, we could generate up to potentially $90 million a year. We could, of course, increase the parking occupancy tax from 10 to 15%. There are cities such as Pittsburgh and San Francisco and Chicago that are well in advance of that. So it would be relatively high, but still less than many other cities. If we were to take it from 10 to 15%, that could generate $41 million annually. Billboard gross receipts tax, I think we've talked about that. It's very difficult to tell. There currently is a gross receipts tax on billboards. That tax could be increased. There could be go to the electorate again to establish another tax category in gross receipts. So this is, again, one of those issues on billboards that we have to work with the city attorney on what's doable. But again, based on our current gross receipts levels, if we increase it to 5% from its current, at most 0.5%, it would generate $8 million based on the tax filings that we've had so far. We could increase the transit occupancy tax by 1%. Generates about $8 million. It's important to note, though, we're at 14 now. The hotels with more than 50 rooms have agreed to an additional 1.5% for tourism marketing. So, in effect, many of the hotels are already at 15.5%. So we are on the higher end, but increasing that by 1% would generate $8 million a year. Special fire assessment, again, that's been discussed over the years in a number of occasions. There was a countywide ballot that was put on for both police and fire, which failed. That could generate up to $42.8 million annually at $55 per parcel per year. Item G is the wastewater franchise fee. It could generate $38 million a year. It's likely, however, most of that's going to go to the wastewater system. But we had a franchise fee, and it started to be phased out in 2000. So in order to re-implement a franchise fee, it would require going back to the voters. Item H is something actually that we've been working on with the county that will be coming to you hopefully sometime next spring. That's a countywide assessment for stormwater pollution abatement. The general fund does subsidize some of the stormwater activities now, so that could provide some general fund relief. Again, that hopefully will be for you sometime in the spring. The mayor identified potential in the budget neighborhood assessments like BIDs. Again, it's an idea out there that hasn't really been vetted. In essence, it would be creating something like business improvement districts for to self-assess for some city services to relieve the general fund. Rental car tax, I actually do have a request with rental car tax. I would love if we would just take this off the table because we've been talking about a rental car tax for 25 years. The fact of the matter is that virtually all of the rental activity happens at the airports and that money stays at the airports. So this is really not terribly feasible to do. K is the gang reduction and youth development tax. As you know, that was before the voters and just barely lost. It had 66.27% of the vote instead of 66.6. So it again just barely lost. It's something that could be reinstituted. It would generate $30 million a year on full implementation. Mr. Koretz discussed, I think on last Revenue Day, a proposal to potentially have a tax on sporting and entertainment tickets, essentially. That, again, would have to be vetted. There hasn't been movement on that yet. It's something we could look at, but that would have to go before the voters as well.
Thank you very much for that report. We now have some members who have pushed their button. Councilmember Rosendal's first, then Councilmember Koretz, then Councilmember Parks.
I know we did the oil tax. Was that on the ballot and was defeated? So that ended that. And then the other one you mentioned early on was like $97 million a year that we would get off of phone usage, or what was that?
Well, there would be a recovery tax, in essence, for 911 dispatch.
I see.
Based on the analysis that we had done previously, the total cost of that is about $63 million a year. So we could structure some sort of a special tax to try to recover that.
I see, and that would be by the voters.
Oh, yes.
And so if a voter saw something that said, look, to ensure that 911 is effective and works and so on and so forth, X dollars, I'm just trying to think mentally how, things are rough out there. Nobody wants to vote for any new taxes. Mm-hmm. So we know that. And I don't think by 2012 or 13 we're going to be in a robust stage as a nation. I don't know where we're going to be, but in my own mind, I know that just like people voted yes for us losing our power but allocating money to the libraries, remember that, everybody voted yes on that. Is this something that we can explore from a PR standpoint about if you vote yes for 911, it means we will have a secure 911 and therefore might be worth, what kind of a tax would that be on a citizen?
This would be a charge per telephone line, and if it were $2.25 per line per month, based on the number of lines, it could generate about $65
So you don't have
million.
lines, you have a cell phone now.
True. Actually, we'd have to relook at the extent to which there are fewer hard lines.
Okay,
but this is about a year old. So
yeah, if it's a possible idea of yes, we can ensure that 911 will be effectively there, it might motivate people to vote for a tax if they knew it was directly going to something that is obviously important to them.
Yeah, exactly. But I think going forward, as your body discusses this, it's going to be important for you to weigh the pros and cons and the policy implications. When this was attempted to be implemented in Northern California without a vote as a fee, there was a huge outcry, and I think the response was, wait a minute. 911 is such a core service. Why am I paying taxes? Why should I have to pay extra for 911?
Yeah.
So there was an enormous outcry. There was litigation. It was found to be in violation of 218. So as I said in the lead-in, these are not recommendations.
Right.
These are trying to throw out ideas to generate a discussion. So this one I think would be difficult to do, but it could be one of the larger.
Cool. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Correct. Then we have Councilmember Alarcon, then Councilmember Parks, and then Councilmember Laban.
Yeah, just a few questions and comments. The first one, I agree. The rental car tax probably doesn't make sense, but I wonder whether we should be looking at changing a policy that we have of not requiring rental car companies to pay their parking tickets. My understanding is that we currently don't enforce that because it's generally their customers. I wonder if there's a way to start enforcing that and just have them extrapolate that to their costs and perhaps charge a little more, which I'm sure they all would do because they would be equally impacted. That would be a way where we wouldn't be taxing, but we would stop giving them a gift of letting them off the hook. I don't know if we've ever looked at that. I don't know if my understanding of the current policy is correct, but there would have to be many millions of dollars involved, so that would be worth looking at. As far as the campaign for one of these issues, we didn't lose the oil tax by much, and virtually no one lifted a finger to try to actually get it passed. So I think if we're actually going to put any taxes on the ballot, there has to be a commitment to make sure that we actually do the follow-up and make the arguments and make sure that it gets passed, because there really was nothing going on. There was very little even in the way of meeting with editorial boards and trying to get the measure on slates and all the normal political things you would do. I did a tiny bit when I realized nothing was happening, but really we did nothing. And we can't do that again if we bother to put things on the ballot as taxes. I also wonder whether we could work with, and I don't know legally, whether we could work with some of these entities to seek a voluntary assessment. I mean, if we looked at a billboard tax and said, okay, you know, let's put a 10% tax on this, and it's $16 million, and we worked with them and said, you know, if you can voluntarily come up with a way to give us some revenue, maybe we'll accept 6 or 7 million and not have to go through the entire process of fighting to get through a tax, which I know those companies prefer not to do as a precedent-setting measure. The same could be done with the oil companies. Rather than trying to put something on the ballot again to collect $4 million, maybe we could get a voluntary agreement that they pony up $1 million or $2 million. So I don't know what the legal elements of trying to get some voluntary revenue, but there may be some entities where that kind of a compromise could be sought without actually putting something on the ballot.
Mr. Alarcon?
I actually want to focus on the issue of privatization, and I know there's a lot of ideas swirling around about privatizing this and privatizing that. Have we ever conducted any analysis of the economic impact of the city's reduction in workforce? I mean, we're one of the largest employers in the city of Los Angeles, and when we reduce our workforce, it has an economic impact on our communities. And certainly the recycling of dollars that are spent in the city of Los Angeles. And also, I believe, because the city workforce has become increasingly minority-oriented, it's been an avenue for creating a middle class for minorities for many years, particularly dating back to the days of Mayor Bradley, when he transitioned the city to make it accessible to minorities in terms of jobs. And yet, we keep relying on this idea that we can privatize essentially on the backs of our workforce by reducing their wages and cutting benefits, because that's what the privates will do, is they will come in with a contract proposal that essentially pays workers less and doesn't give them the benefits. And so what I'm talking about is for those city workers that are displaced by these private companies, when we are considering these things, are we doing the analysis to discern whether or not the reduction in workforce is having a negative effect on our economy in the city of Los Angeles, or are we continuing to dumb down the workforce of Los Angeles as a whole by lowering their wages and benefits? And I'm concerned about the cycle downward that causes on our community as a whole.
Well, I think, you know,
the fundamental question is, has there been any analysis on that issue?
Yes. That's part of the reason why you created the Office of Economic Analysis, is to, based on direction from your council, to direct that office to do that kind of review and economic impact to the region and to the city in particular. And so to trigger that process, your council would direct us to move forward and do that kind of review and then identify the funding for that. And that's something we could certainly do, and frankly, it's probably not a bad idea to do. The issue that you raised about the reduction in the workforce, one of the things in the last 2 years that I think your council made very clear is that we should do everything possible to not lay people off. And one of the arguments that was raised consistently was the ripple effect that would cause by adding to the unemployment rolls throughout the city, where we already have a high unemployment rate. And I think it was a very solid argument, and that's why out of the 5,000 positions that have been eliminated over the last few years, you know, a small percentage of that was through layoffs. Less than 500 of those were from actual layoffs. The remainder were done by the early retirement program, by transferring people from the general fund to the special funds, by maintaining vacancies and sweeping those vacancies. And so there has been a commitment by your council to not worsen the economic situation. But as it relates to a specific analysis, we could certainly do that and use that independent office to do that, get it done.
Let me just say one example. And, you know, we talk about the zoo. You know, why do we have a zoo? I mean, who goes to the zoo? Kids go to the zoo. But the kids, you know, in most cases of privatization, we've seen the price of going to the zoo go up. So if we raise the price of the zoo and the kids in Los Angeles have to bear that burden, where a majority of the kids are either in poverty or very close to it, how are they going to be able to pay to go to the zoo when we've increased we would theoretically increase the prices? I mean, where's that kind of analysis? I never see it. So we talk about generating more revenue through privatization, but then we don't do an analysis of our customer base, which is generally poor. And we jack up the prices, they're not going to go to the zoo.
Well, actually, on the zoo, and we could just have more of that discussion on Friday, the analysis was to keep the prices cheap. I mean, the reason why this is being recommended is that without having someone else partner with us to raise revenue, the city is then forced to raise the rates and to increase the admission costs, which we have been doing. We did so in this fiscal year. So the goal of that particular initiative is to actually keep prices low. And by allowing somebody else to now share in that risk with us and generate revenues to help subsidize that cost. And so you're absolutely correct. The zoo should remain an affordable option for most Angelinos, and it changes the entire mission of the zoo if it becomes the same price as a Disneyland, for example.
It's amazing how we could do the same analysis and come up with such different conclusions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam President. I just would like to see if, you know, we've looked at these over and over, and many of them require the 2/3 vote. But in just going through the list, it would appear and we don't want to pick out the unsympathetic victims of them, but it would appear that some of them, at least, we should be moving off this list and say maybe doing some work towards. And I would just like to suggest, in kind of thumbing through them, the documentary transfer tax as a potential. People selling property. We missed the market uptick several years ago, but that is one. The other one on the parking occupancy tax, we appear to be pretty much below the norm, plus tying that to the police department's proposal to require parking permittees to have certain technology and a bonding level to ensure that they pay could actually enhance beyond just the increase. The billboard issue, particularly if it's specifically the billboards as opposed to raising the rates for all the businesses that are in that category. Again, the issue of TOT, I think we probably maybe maxed that one out. And so, and I think the other one that I'm going to ask you about, the wastewater franchise, do we have any ceiling in there that where we've, rather than looking at it as a tax, that the service level is increased to where we'd have to look at increasing fees to maintain the service?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Basically, what I understand from the notes, if we took it from a fee generated where we were paying for the service and created a tax, we have to go to the voters. But if we analyze whether we have exhausted or saturated the cost of the current fees to where we need to add a fee generation to continue to maintain the current service.
Well, we would have to, if you wanted to pursue this, we'd have to look at this in the context of the sewer service charge and the other wastewater charges. Yeah.
Okay. And then the final one that I have is that, and this is very, very skimpy research, but the 1911-1930 Act dealing with assessments, from just a quick reading of it, it appears that it gives us a much more broad use of that assessment than what we as a policy have kept it with lighting. And so if it gives us the ability to do sidewalks, it gives us the ability to do other things, then it would appear that maybe that would be a viable way to look at that assessment, because many people in the community would prefer an assessment than an overall tax, because then they're feeling as though they're paying specifically for their neighborhood and only their needs. And whether the current lighting assessment is a vehicle to look at how sidewalks and other community needs that the city cannot provide and will not be able to provide for the next several years, is that a viable means of looking?
Well, we would have to look at that, but now Prop 26 actually redefined how assessment formulas, and we're now much more restricted on how we can develop assessments and proving the correct amount that's assessed. We couldn't do a citywide sidewalk assessment.
No, and I don't think
so. It would have to be specific areas. So, but we can look at 26 and come back to you and see how we might be able to structure something.
I would just like to see, because at the most recent committee meeting, I would not like to continue to send the message that we can't fix them and we can't help them. I think we need to have a path of success some way of saying to where people that live in a neighborhood, if they pay for their lights by adding X number of dollars in their immediate neighborhood, can they get their sidewalks fixed? Because just yesterday we debated or discussed in a committee whether we're obligated to fix the ADA ramps but not the sidewalks once you get up the ramp. And so these are all the kinds of things that would appear that if we can't do it, and it's pretty well acknowledged we haven't done it, that is some other source of revenue to look at.
Well, we can look at that, and I think that also goes to the neighborhood assessment, similar to BIDs that the mayor raised in the budget, both for services and for infrastructure improvements in particular neighborhoods. So we can look at that.
When I read that, that's why I brought up the issue of the the 1911 and 1913, whether there's already a vehicle, if that proves to be, that we not have to create a new one to deal with the issues that the mayor proposed. And so that's the kind of things I would think we would be looking at to pull out of this larger list to start refining what a list that may come about for the 2013 election or when we can do them.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Both of you, the task ahead. Look at this issue of countywide. We did Prop A, was the first successful park initiative in 1992. The county was not going to include some of the things that the city needed. John Ferraro went up to meet with the supervisors. They found it. And that was a countywide property tax for issues related to parks. It did the bowl, it did museums, it did many things in our city as well. But let's just say we talk to some municipalities, Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, or others that are together. Would they want to do a countywide, you opt in, their voters vote too, for the 911 system, for that, for the ambulance system. I know they pay taxes for that, but also, as you say, if I'm a homeowner, and let's say you say if you're a homeowner and you pay $25, $50 a year, if my house needs the service, there's no charge because I pay for it like insurance, if you would. But look at the countywide aspect of that, and also look at some bonds. Even I'm looking at the zoo in the future, and I don't call it privatization, members. I do call it partnerships as we look at it. On this issue here, the partnerships are necessary, like the county went through with the Hollywood Bowl and the Natural History Museum, as well as the LACMA. Do you create these opportunities for everyone to do together on that? On the street cleaning issue, our streets are horrible, and we have stripped our street services system, and they need to be strengthened. And the way to strengthen it is the enforcement of the street cleaning, and I think that's what we should look to. I know Mr. De La Vega and his team from DOT are looking at a variety of ways to expand parking meter zones that work, but you don't want to put them up if there's no need. They have to do studies on that. And also, if they have it's a tough one, is there any discussion in the county to go back to split rolls? Because they're usually a personal property or a home turns over every 6 to 9 years, but a commercial property may stay for 30, 40, 50 years. Is there some aspect there that there's a discussion? Steve Lopez from the Los Angeles Times had a discussion about that, and even our mayor voiced some concerns about that and support for that issue there. So looking at those things, I think would be real important as we go forward, especially working with the other cities and using the countywide ballot to do that. And one question, any real estate do we have that's a value that may mean it's just really one-time revenue, but maybe any. Is there any real estate?
Well, again, potentially that would be one-time revenue, but we're certainly looking at all of those opportunities as well.
I just want to let you know on street cleaning, because they used to do select system streets, they used to sweep at night, they used to get the big streets, they don't get them anymore. Now, growth is in the curbstone, coming through the gutter, impeding the flow, causing other problems. So I think that's a real win-win right away. Not necessarily expanding to post the Hollywood Hills, not at all, but in the flats where the base it does have a gutter and does have a drain, it could do that much better. And the last thing too, benefit assessment district, you say for the neighbor, Mr. Parks spoke about that. Some combination, if there was an Office of Community Benefit Assessment, working with the neighborhood councils, and also I just say it doesn't hurt if you send them this communication that we're looking at it, get some ideas, we can look to the future. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Mr. Koretz.
Let's see. Oh, just one thing on the parking structure item. There's a recommendation to submit a status report. I don't know where that status report is intending to go, whether it's to the full council or a committee. I'd suggest that it go first to a transportation committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koretz. All right, there are no other speakers in the queue. Mr. Miller and Mr. Santana, are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Englander.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just had a question on the ambulance billing. First of all, thank you for putting all this together. It looks like if we add all this up and we can actually do all this, we'll reach the $100 million in 5-year opportunity. So with that, on the option B, ambulance billings, treatment non-transport, I hadn't seen that. That's interesting, and I have a question on that. That's assuming at $342 fee, $3.5 million annually. Is that would be assuming we collected 100%, or is that based on some collection percentage? That was on.
I'm going to have to ask my staff.
Sorry,
actually, it was based on about. I think it's about 46% of the calls actually do not result in transport. I'll have to check.
However,
whether we're looking at 100% collection rate or something less than that.
Okay, and it looks like we've got. I'm not sure what the history of this was in terms of a council file number, but it was on May 18th the council approved the budget motion, and then it looks like we've got instruction coming back with an ordinance coming back for September 1st. I would just like to see some reports on that to Budget and Finance if we could, because I think it's an interesting concept. If there are other municipalities doing it, if they've been successful, but also what part of that is insurance reimbursable? Is any of it? Is all of it? Are these different if it's treatment and non-transport? Is that a reimbursable insurance item? And then also, how much typically does insurance reimburse out of that 342? Because then we'll end up writing off the differential and putting it towards the bad debt. And that'll accumulate late fees, and we'll call that unrealized or uncollected fees, which aren't real. So I want to see if it's accurate. And then on the last part, also recognize Mr. Alarcon and Mr. LaBonge, and if we can start utilizing, instead of privatization, community partnerships, public-private partnerships, P4s with nonprofits as well, however we're going to do that, just for clarity for future purposes. I think it's important to recognize that as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. Mr. Rosendahl, and then Mr. Parks.
Yes, just a couple of, first a procedural thing. This report, which is first reading, I'd like to involve the community on this. The neighborhood councils, some of the finance committees, we have an ad hoc budget committee and these other things, and get their participation looking at these lists. I'd like us to post it online. I'd like to get it to the neighborhood councils and allow a good community outreach discussion, because everybody's impacted, and I ain't no genius here. I'm better with a collective sense of what issues could be and how we can deal with it. So I'd like to see a presentation for sure in the 11th district that I would like to organize a town hall, bring people in, lay it all out when we're ready to do that, so they can comment and they can interact on it. That's story one. Story two, when you look at page 4 of number 9, where it talks about the CAO and the CLA report relating to motions pending, and this is a policy that has to do with nonprofit leasing policy. So many folks feel they're in limbo. They don't know what's going on and where we're going on that. Regardless of the revenue potential, we need to move forward with a defined position of where we're going. Nonprofits have been in limbo for too long, and they've come to us about that. So I'd appreciate us having some sense of timetable on it. I also agree with Mr. Koretz that we should send to the Transportation Committee the transportation issue about the structures. But I'm sure most of this can go back to various committees to be worked on. And I don't think it's an inclusive list. I think you guys have done a fabulous job with looking at where we can do it on our own, where we need ballot initiatives. But I really think we should have a clarion call to experts out there and use some of their brains to help us take a deeper look. Because the truth of the matter is we're going to have revenue streams. There's no way, as you've projected, can we go forward without it. And we cannot keep cutting our staff. We can't keep cutting back on the city workers. We've reached the limit of that, frankly. And that's why when I first started here, I talked about health care and pension reform. And we've moved in that direction. I'm very proud of how the city has moved, the unions have moved, and everybody else. But there needs to be revenue generated. The public needs to understand, for instance, on property tax, the line I hear more than I pay good property tax. Well, we only get 20 cents of every dollar of property tax. They don't understand the budget process and where our monies come from. So I just think from a public relations and a public standpoint and a constituent interaction, we need to do some real public awareness of this stuff. So people can engage with us just the same way they did with the NFL stadium business. I found that whole process of going to community, involving community, meeting with this committee, all that was healthy. And I think we need the same kind of healthiness, because if we put anything on the ballot, we're going to have to get the public buy-in. That's where Mr. Koretz was right about. If we're going to go for something, we have to campaign for it so that people could be for it. But the more community buy-in we get on these things, as obviously, the better it will be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, if there's no other questions, we will bring up the core committee. Let me just ask the CAO and CLA on the report that you produced for the the fees that are non-elected type of fees. If we could ask your assistance on things that are stuck somewhere in committee and things of that nature, if we can get those reports moving so that we can address those, because those are in our internal process that we could make some movement on. And although there may be $2 here and $4 there, collectively there's a lot of money in this report if we were able to make decisions on that. And Mr. Rosendahl, I think the next group, we asked Ron Galperin, David Farah, and Michael Gagan to come up. They're going to talk a little bit about those nonprofit leases that you just mentioned, so amongst other things. So.
Okay, who wants to begin?
Good afternoon, council members, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. I'm Ron Galperin, and I chair the Ad Hoc Commission on Revenue Efficiency. I'm also here with two of my fellow commissioners, Michael Gagan and David Farrar. We also have another one of our commissioners, Cheryl Parisi, who's here. And I send regrets for not being able to be here from our vice chair, your former colleague, Cindy Misikowski. So it's really been an honor to work with an incredible group of people over the course of the last year and a half. We, of course, had the blueprint for reform of city collections, and Commissioner Gagan is going to be talking a little bit about the follow-up. Let me just lay out what we'd like to do in the couple minutes that we have with you. We want to talk about the parking occupancy tax, about city contracts for goods and services, about maximizing intergovernmental revenues and collections, about city-owned properties, and also, since there was made mention of the issue of rental cars, one of the recommendations that we are completing, and one that actually our Vice Chair Misikowski has taken the lead on, is related to this very issue. There is a state law that essentially says that the rental car companies are off the hook if they provide a notice within a certain period of time to the City of LA in terms of who the renter was, and then we have to go after that renter. Trying to get a change of state law is one option, but another one that actually we are encouraging the city to look at is the fact that so many of those rental cars come out of LAX and the airports generally. The rental car companies have operations there, and there is a linkage that we believe can be taken advantage of to not necessarily change the state law, but perhaps find a way around it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Gagan to talk about a blueprint follow-up and some other things as well.
Thank you, Ron. The Council will recall, Madam President, members, the Council will recall that last September, the Commission issued its blueprint for collections. We made 65 recommendations at that time. We reported back to you in April that 17 of those recommendations had been implemented, and a quick glance at the Office of Finance tracking system, which was released on Monday, tells me that 22 of the 65 recommendations have been implemented to date. We're pleased by a couple of things that have happened since April. The Office of Finance has revised, and the Mayor has issued reissued the citywide collection guidelines under Executive Order number 5. And secondly, the mayor has instructed all departments to treat instructions from the Office of Finance regarding revenue, billing, and collections as mayoral directives. It also appears that write-offs have been accelerated to some extent. We're pleased by that. And finally, we're happy that departments seem to be taking requests for information from the Office of Finance seriously. We remain concerned, however, that there is no Inspector General for revenue in place and functioning, and we believe that opportunities for improving our collections and our revenues are being lost as a result of that. Thank you.
Let me also dovetail that with the following, which is that our blueprint essentially laid out a variety of ways that we can be raising more money, tens of millions of dollars each year. And the fact of the matter is, and we are very appreciative of the work that Office of Finance has done, but in looking actually at the August 8th report that was issued, there was a statement in there that I have to say depressed me a bit. It said, the pace and execution of citywide improvements is unlikely to increase significantly. That's what's in the report. And that's very troubling that after all we've been through, that's what it says. And there have been some efforts made, but in the meantime we are still continuing to leave tens of millions of dollars a year on the table. Which leads me to parking occupancy tax. There's been a lot of discussion of this. It's about $85 million a year that we do realize from the parking occupancy tax. It's money you and I pay when we go and park, and that is supposed to be turned over to the city by the parking operators. That money, so much of the time, unfortunately, is stolen by them. We believe that if we do a number of very simple fixes, quite frankly, we could realize at least $10 to $15 million more in the next full fiscal year, and perhaps as much as $25 million more in future years. And that's without even increasing the parking occupancy tax. That's about collecting it. The fact of the matter is...
Let him finish his
I want
thought.
to ask him that point, Riley.
Okay. You're third in line after Mr.
Oh, I'm
Carlos
sorry.
and Mr.
Okay.
Englander, and then Mr. Rosendahl. So if you can just hang on, he'll break. Then we'll see if the third member of this panel wants to speak, and then I'll go back to calling on the members.
We have been our own worst enemy in collecting this money because there are three entities that are involved in this process: the Office of Finance, the City Attorney, and the Police Commission. Each have their own administrative hearing processes, and that has got to change. We've had audits, we've had lawsuits, we've had press conferences in which everybody kind of beats their chest about how awful the situation is, and yet we haven't fixed it. So what are we suggesting? Number one is about the handling of the money. Interestingly enough, we had the head of the Parking Operators Association come and speak to us early this year. We began our process of looking into this issue back in November. I was stunned, actually, when the president of the Parking Operators Association, when asked about how much he thought the city was getting shortchanged by the parking operators, his estimate was 25 to 30%. That comes out to around $25 million, roughly. And the fact of the matter is that we've got to clamp down on those who are not forking over the money, and also mandate that credit and debit cards become available. Nowadays, anybody can have an iPhone and a little credit card swipe and make those available in every single parking lot. And what that's going to do is make a lot of people pay by credit card, and then you'll have a trail. We've also got to hold the owners responsible, the owners of the property, because if you don't do that, then you have a changeover all the time of each and every one of these entities that do the parking. And one of the things we're suggesting is a CUP. We can talk more about that at some point. We want to change the 3 administrative hearings. We've got a whole a series of suggestions about the changes that have to be made, and then tying it into the new valet ordinance. But bottom line with this is there's a lot of money being left on the table, and we can fix this problem. It is eminently fixable. Wanted to turn now to city contracts for goods and services. And actually, I'm going to be addressing this along with my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Gagan.
Thank you. The most efficient way for the city to generate sales tax revenue to the general fund is for the proprietary departments to use their multi-billion-dollar non-general fund purchasing power to buy goods and services from businesses located in the city. Any sales tax generated by purchases from businesses located in the city, of course, accrues to the benefit of the city's general fund. Unfortunately, the winning bids for these departments do not, as a rule, come from Los Angeles businesses, which means that the city's general fund does not receive the local share of sales taxes on the vast majority of purchases made. Instead, the local share goes to other jurisdictions. The Commission examined 69 bid awards of the 3 proprietary departments over a 6-month period. The total dollar value of the awards exceeded $320 million. Had all of the purchases been made from companies located in the city of Los Angeles, the sales tax benefit to the general fund would be in excess of $3.2 million. However, only 5 bids out of the 69, representing only 2% of the dollar value of the purchases made, went to Los Angeles city businesses. So as a result, the city received a total of just over $65,000 plus whatever it was entitled to for purchases made from other states and other countries. By the way, 47% of the winning bids, representing 51% of the dollar value, went to businesses located in other jurisdictions in California. These jurisdictions received the entire local sales tax return of $1.6 million, a little over $1.6 million, on those purchases. Because vehicle fleet purchases are usually big-ticket items, the Commission separately examined the fleet purchases made by the proprietary departments since July of 2010. During that year, a total of 8 bids were awarded, valued at over $60 million. The local share of the sales tax on these transactions was in excess of $600,000. Unfortunately, since all 8 bids went to dealers located outside the city, the entire local share went to other jurisdictions. We make no judgment as to why so few bids for taxable goods are awarded by the proprietary departments to businesses located outside the city or located in the city. And we're not saying that the departments have done anything wrong. From all appearances, the departments conducted the solicitation, evaluation, and award process by the book. But we would observe that by virtue of where the winning bidders were located, significant opportunities to generate local sales tax revenue for the city's general fund was lost to other jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to just reiterate what my fellow commissioner just said. And if there's one thing that the members of the council walk away with remembering from our presentation today, then I'd like this to be it. Just to reiterate, $322 million in goods procured by 3 departments over 6 months. $322 million, only 2% purchased in the city of Los Angeles. another $632 million in professional service and construction contracts. Over 6 months, only 11.5% from Los Angeles businesses. And lastly, $60 million in vehicle purchases over a 6-month period. Not a single one of those vehicles was purchased in the city of Los Angeles. Quite frankly, that is financial suicide. By merely increasing modestly the amount of money that we spend already and spend that instead on Los Angeles businesses, we can actually generate at least $5 to $7 million more per year for the city of Los Angeles. That's going to be in sales tax, that's going to be in business tax, that's also going to be in other kinds of revenues, because you also have from strong businesses permitting fees, property tax revenues, personal property tax assessments for business property. The list goes on. But if we keep on spending money and spending our sales tax, which we pay, and pay it to other jurisdictions so that they can repave their streets, that is financial suicide. And we can change that.
Thank you. All right, we have in the queue Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Englander, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Koretz. Did the third commissioner wish to speak?
Yeah, I also want to add that there's a very brief presentation on intergovernmental revenues that Commissioner Farrar has as well.
All right, we have all those members in the queue, and we also have speaker cards from the public. So if you want to speak now, this would be the time.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, honorable members. This has been an interesting opportunity for us to look under all the rocks and in all the corners, the dark corners of the city, and trying to find money. And sometimes you pick up a rock and there's no money there, and next you pick up another rock and there's a lot of money that you hadn't even anticipated. And that's sort of how we stumbled on this next item. And that is, during the course of our meetings, we had a presentation about documentary transfer taxes and that part of those that the city gets. And it was made known to us that the LA County Recorder had shortchanged the city of Los Angeles by $18 million, and that the controller had actually written a letter to the city demanding the $18 million. And that was for the years 2004 to 2008. And the county had written back saying they didn't think they owed it to us, and under any circumstances, it was a long time ago. So I started looking into, well, what about all the other intergovernmental transfers where we are relying on the county recorder, the county tax collector, the county assessor, the Board of Equalization, and determine two things. One is the City of Los Angeles revenue from other sources, such as the State of California, the County of Los Angeles, is approximately 40% of the city's total general revenue, or approximately $2 billion. Now here's the interesting thing. Everybody we ask at the city, and we asked the controller, we asked the CAO, we asked other people, indicated to us that the city currently has no process and no protocol with the county or with the state to determine whether those allocations are in accordance with statute or whether there might have even been a mathematical mistake along the way. As we look at it, and you look in your budget books, you will see that year after year it says what we got 2 years ago from the property tax revenue, what we got last year, what we project to get next year. But nowhere is there an analysis of what we might have gotten or should have gotten if those functions had been handled properly. Now, if we did an audit, maybe we'd find some more money, as we did with the documentary transfer tax, only $18 million. But right now, our recommendation is a very simple one, and that is that the mayor and the city council request that the city controller, in cooperation with the CAO and the Office of Finance, establish an internal protocol to ensure that the city's receipt of revenue from federal, state, and county governments is in accord with applicable statutes and agreements, and to verify the accuracy of the calculations through which such city revenue is determined. That's a $2 billion item, and it's not being audited or looked at, and there is no agreement between the city and any of these entities as to protocols to be observed with respect to that. Now, just as an aside, I will tell you that I also have not included in that is $13 million we get from the courts. I also happen to be working with the courts, and LA Superior Court currently has uncollected accounts receivables from moving violations, and excluding the red camera thing, of approximately $2.2 billion. A good part of that is probably due to the city. We have no idea how much of it is or why it's not being collected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cardenas, and after Mr. Cardenas, again, Mr. Englander, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Koretz, and Mr. Parks, and then I'll go through public comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to first thank you for your volunteerism and your hard work and these great recommendations, but at the same time remind the people watching that some of these things can be reviewed and implemented hopefully very soon, but some of them do take a bit of time. And also, in addition to that, one of the reasons, unfortunately, one of the reasons why when you go out to bid and you end up awarding to the lowest bidder, regardless of where they reside, that's something that the charter doesn't allow us to circumvent. But it is important for us to point out, because once we know the facts and once we know what has been occurring, perhaps we can try to figure out ways to still do things fairly and appropriately, but at the same time try to get the added benefit of increasing and hopefully dramatically increasing the activity that the City of Los Angeles participates in, spending the tax dollar, but also spending that tax dollar within our city boundaries. And that's a big goal of mine personally, so I appreciate that information and that reminder. But more importantly, I'd like to know, how can someone get a copy of this report?
In terms of the purchases that are being made outside of the City of Los Angeles, we're finalizing that report, and that should be ready sometime within the next 2 weeks. Let me say this. There is no question that not everything can be purchased in Los Angeles. And we also do not want to be overpaying for things if we can go put them out to bid, and there are others that offer a significantly better price. But when you look at things, for example, such as vehicles, those are very competitive pricing between dealers all over Southern California. And there is really very little reason, it would seem to me, why they should all be going to dealers outside of the City of Los Angeles. Moreover, a year ago now, there was actually a motion that was brought and that was cleared through this council for a local business preference that was brought by Council Members Krikorian and by Council Member Parks. It's been a year now, and we are still waiting for the language of that ordinance to actually come out, and it still has not been implemented. And every day that that's the case is a day that there is not a better opportunity for Los Angeles businesses to bid. Having said that, we have a whole series of recommendations about exactly how to change this and improve it, and we've also been working with the council president on that and with a package that will hopefully be addressing that.
Do we get this information online, or where do we get this information from?
This will be online as soon as we release it, but we want to put our final stamp of approval on it and make sure that we've dotted every I and
sometime in the
crossed
next
every
30
T.
days?
Absolutely.
Okay. All
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you. Again, thank you very much. And also understand that with all due respect to our various departments, we ask them to do a lot. We've cut the staff dramatically around this city, and so sometimes reports do get delayed because we have cut them back so far that they're handling the business at hand, and providing a report sometimes is hard to keep that on the front of the desk when there's so many things coming at you. So thank you.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Cardenas. Mr. Englander.
Well, to Ron and to Michael and David, thank you very much for volunteering your expertise and working so hard on this. You know, some of these things that you're pointing out and we've heard about in the past, that are coming to light again. I think there's some fixes on this, is what I'm hearing. This isn't just a matter of Sandwich Gate, where the city went outside of the boundaries to purchase sandwiches. These are big ticket items, and they're constant. You'd mentioned, and it triggered some thought on the local business preference that we don't have the ordinance back, which is, I would almost put that in the criminal category. We should have that back. But that's only for RFPs. That's not for bids and low bid. That's for an 8%, I believe, preference for requests for proposals, which is great, and that's a good start. But I think there's some other things we've got to do here. You'd mentioned that in fleet purchases we've spent $60 million and not one bid. We didn't receive one single bid from any dealers at all within the city of Los Angeles, which just is shocking to me. So I would ask Cora, if you would, if we can instruct or ask you to come back or do some type of survey and work with those dealers here. We've got some of the best dealers. In fact, we've got the #1 Ford dealer in the world, 21 years in a row, strong, in the San Fernando Valley, in Mr. Cardenas's district, as well as, I believe, in Mr. Alarcon's district. They share districts. There's no reason we shouldn't be working with some of these folks locally.
A name similar but not related to mine.
So yeah, and so many others. So I'd like to see why. But the other question that comes to mind is, do we require on all bids and all RFPs that, as a matter of policy, and I don't believe that this would go against the charter, that all businesses that are doing business with the City of Los Angeles. So here's the catch on this. If you're doing business with the City of LA, even if you are outside of the City of LA, you're doing business in LA because you're doing business with the City of LA. There's the nexus. So the idea is that they should have a business license prior to bidding and submitting that business license to bid on or respond to an RFP, RFQ, or a bid. Do we have that policy, do you know, in place now?
The standard requirements for contracting in the city require that you have a business license before you commence work on your contract, either before then or at the time of commencing work. But you don't have to have a business license certificate at the time of bid.
So you're actually proposing to do business with the City of LA, even though you may not have the required licensing to do business with the City of LA.
Correct.
If we can ask a city attorney somehow to report back on that as well, I would think that's the low-hanging fruit, and it sounds like we're shooting ourselves in the foot just simply by not asking that requirement up front. We've got that they have to submit that documentation. And even if it's a bid from an out-of-state company, they should still, no matter what it's for, be required to submit that if we can legally ask, because legally, I understand we legally required after the fact. We probably don't audit that, which is another thing we should look at the CAO to do, in the Comptroller's office to do, is to audit that and find out if in fact they are going out and then getting the required licensing, business license. So thanks for pointing that out, and thank you again for all your hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
thank
Mr.
you.
Englander. Mr. Alarcon?
Yes, I want to thank all of you for your work in trying to find all the nickels and dimes that are being squandered in the city of Los Angeles. Mr. Gigan, I particularly want to focus in on the issue of purchases that could otherwise be made in Los Angeles that we've lost revenue, tax revenue from a sales tax perspective. First of all, if it's a bid, I believe there's a charter provision that requires the lowest bid get the contract. Is that the case?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Is there anything in that, I believe it's a charter provision, but is there anything in that charter provision that prohibits the purchasing agent from considering the value of the sales tax that would be returned to the city?
I believe that the charter provides that the awarding authority may consider the value the overall value of the proposal.
Well, see, that's where it drives me crazy, because the way the system is, and first of all, the CAO is not involved in the process of the purchase necessarily. I think there is some sign-off provision, but there's nowhere on the form. I actually used to do this for the personnel department. I used to process the forms to purchase equipment for the personnel department, and I think there is a CAO sign-off somewhere on that form, but it's primarily recommended by the department after they've gone through the bid, and the bid will not calculate the benefits of the sales tax that would be returned to the City of Los Angeles.
It'd
be great if we could do that.
That's right. And with general fund purchases made by the Department of General Services, if we purchase goods, taxable goods, within the City of Los Angeles, that amounts to a 1 cent discount, because that 1 cent on the dollar local return comes back to the general fund.
Well, I would hope that in your report you have that you might devise some ways that we can be in compliance with the charter. One recommendation would be to change the charter to give us a little more flexibility on local purchases. Another way, though, would be to see if there's a way that we can consider the indirect benefits of a purchase, such as sales tax return to the City of Los Angeles, so that companies in Los Angeles would be more competitive, because they would essentially get the value of the sales tax as part of their bid, and that would be returned to the city. Now, sometimes a competitor from outside prices will be lower by more than the sales tax, and so we're not going to get every single one of these dollars. But that's a big spread. 8.5% is a big spread, so I find it hard to believe that a company inside Los Angeles would not be able to be within that 8.5% range. So I would urge you to look at the issue of compliance with the charter, to see if we can't consider that 8% or require departments to incorporate it into their bid process, so that those companies can get credit for the sales tax that would be returned to the City of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just also call the council members' attention to the fact that in addition to the charter provision, there is also a code provision which does say that Section 371A of the city charter authorizes bid preferences based on the geographical location of the bidder. And there's some other provisions in there that also provide some leeway for the city council. It says what constitutes the location of a business within a geographical area as to the award of a particular contract shall also be determined by the city council. So there is some leeway there. Whether there needs to be some sort of change to the charter is certainly something that the city attorney could opine on. Thank you very, very much.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Quickly, I have a transportation meeting at 2. Unfortunately, this day was put with a lot of other stuff before we did a full revenue due, so I'm pretty upset about the management of this meeting in that context. So I'm not going to ask anything more. I'd like the public to speak. The Transportation Committee meeting will meet at 2:30. Hopefully we can get all of our other stuff done by then, because I'll break the quorum, okay, and I'll run my meeting upstairs. David, you wanted to make a quick comment about something?
I had overlooked it. I think with respect to this audit of intergovernmental transfers, I think it has to be a protocol that is established that will work every year and not just occasionally one audit, which is how this whole thing came about. So I think it's a structural change, an infrastructural change at the city that needs to incorporate on an ongoing basis. As we get money from other people, we check to make sure we got the right amount.
Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, I haven't followed this issue in the last couple of months, but I know we've been trying for a long time to get an inspector general. Are you aware of what's holding that up currently? Because I thought we were pretty close to moving that forward.
As I understand it, the funding was allocated for that. I think the question is, at this point, probably best asked of the CAO. But certainly we would like to see this happen yesterday.
Or A year ago.
Yes.
That would be an appropriate question. So where are we in the process, and when do we actually think we finally bring someone on board?
We will begin the process of soliciting applications next week for that position. So the qualifications have been drafted. We're waiting for some minor input, and then our goal is to release that next week and have somebody in place within the next 30 to 60 days.
Oh, okay. Well, that's very good news on that. And that was my only question. So.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the committee for all of your insights and the things that you brought to our attention. We'd really like, as you get your report done, if you could ensure that we get the copy to the CLA, and we'll add this to their reporting so that we can start tracking it, and they will make sure every council member then gets access, so that at some point we'll be bringing that back within Budget and Finance to start rolling through the responsibilities and access. The one thing, let me ask Miguel, just one question, is that one of the points they made, I think we talked about it in general in our Budget and Finance, is we have these 18 sources of revenue, and I think there's only 4 of them that we actually have outside consultants that go out searching for the money. And one was mentioned on documentary transfer of $18 million. For some reason, a couple of those have been held up, and we need to find in Office of Finance where they are. The other issue is, do we have the ability, in looking at the other 14 revenue sources, of having a similar kind of tracking from, and again, these consultants are dealing it on contingency, to have the ability to have them searching down what we should be getting versus what we get. Is that available, or is that such a small group of people that they only work on certain amounts of budgets and finances?
Well, it's a fairly limited universe, but I think it does make sense, to the extent possible, to seek out a third-party validation of the taxes we receive. I know the Department of Finance does that to the extent that they can, and that's something we could certainly go back and determine whether we found ways to maximize those opportunities.
Okay. Let me just ask if you'd do that with Office of Finance. As we look down our list, and as you commented, we've always been credited with having a variety of resources coming in. The key then would be, do we find an outside company, and again with the contingency, that they can be assured that they were not telling us what we already know, but they're clearly finding money we would not normally get. And so I asked you if you could work with Office of Finance on that and see if we can put something together, and also if we can find out where those 4 RFPs are that lapse, that we need to make sure they get back out into the community.
We'll follow through.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Before we close on this item, we have 3 public speaking cards. Arnold Sachs, John Walsh. Is John Walsh still here? Wayne Spindler. Mr. Spindler, if you'd like to come up first, that's fine, since you're closer to the lectern. And then Arnold Sachs can go after Mr. Spindler. And then Barbara, I think it's Barbara Bride. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't read your writing.
Okay. This panel here is really good. Actually, they have found out our LA businesses are being absolutely screwed and not getting these city contracts, especially with vehicle purchases. About 15 years ago, I read in the newspaper for a request for bids for some trucks. And I went with a friend of mine, and we actually tried to do this. There was over 100 pages of requirements just to submit the bid, like insurance. And we couldn't even figure out, without an attorney, how to even get through the first 10 pages of the application. So these bidders that are winning these bids are multi-conglomerates, and they are outside the city. They are campaign contributors. They're oiled into the machine, and that's why Galpin, Sunrise Ford, they're not getting these contracts, and that has to stop. That's our money. Now, as far as revenue streams are concerned, you want to put up signs on streets that are swept once a month so you can jack the homeowners for ticket revenue. That's crap. But go up in the Hollywood Hills and do that to Charlie Sheen's cars and see what he's going to do, okay? So, of course, Mr. LaBonge, who obviously couldn't sit in his chair for the meeting, he said, don't do that to the people up on the hills. Go to the little people down on the hills where the poor live, not where the rich live, where the poor live. So you have a city that takes and turns the screws on small businesses and drives them out. You drive families out, and then you complain that you need new revenue streams. So what you need to do is stop balancing your budgets on the backs of the people who pay the bills and start cutting your waste and fraud. Thank you.
Arnold Sachs, and after Mr. Sachs will be, I don't think John Walsh is here anymore. Miss Bride, or you'll tell me when you get here.
Thank you. It's like a 2-hour meeting, but there were some interesting items to be picked up out of this. Defining the core mission of the cities by the CAO. Revenue enhancement. You have an item on your agenda regarding the DWP and the transfer. Have you looked into what the DWP would pay the city as far as property tax instead of a transfer? Because this year the transfer was like $258 million, but it was spread over this fiscal year and 6 months payment next fiscal year. So we don't really know how much transfer was made this year. It'd be interesting to find out what the differential would be in the property tax owed by the DWP to the city, because they pay property tax throughout the state. The transit occupancy tax, and the fact that this meeting was held the day after, I guess, the biggest footprint that's going to hit downtown LA since King Kong, with the stadium development, the 5 hotels that are going to go up supposedly. That'll make 7 hotels to be built within the next 8 years that will be built or have been built without probably paying a transit occupancy tax. Over $1 billion in the course of 25 years. Have you figured out a way to pick up the revenue of that $1 billion that's going to affect the city's general fund? The giveaway, the convention center, they're going to build a new wing to the convention center, and you're talking about private partnerships, public-private partnership. AEG is going to give up what control the city is going to lose. Have we looked at that? We looked at Staples Center. There was no advertising allowed on a convention center for the course of that.
Thank you very much,
contract.
sir. Thank
you,
Mr.
have
Sachs.
2 items on this.
No, I'm sorry. Miss Barai? No. Thank you. Miss, tell me your last name.
Brody.
Thank you.
It's an embroidery. Thank you. My name is Barbara Brody, Westwood South of Santa Monica Boulevard homeowners. I, too, would like to thank the Citizens Committee for incredible work. We owe you a great debt. And I would like to ask the City Council that if these gentlemen and their fellow members are so willing, that they should be granted additional powers and authority to see that these implementations are done, that they not become part of the city's filing cabinet system or council file system, that there be an urgency attached to their findings, and that they be given the authority to work with the departments and not rely on the usual way of doing business, because you will not be successful and the city will not be successful in requesting fee increases, assessments, or new taxes, whether it's for fire or 911 or anything else, until you can demonstrate to the voters that the dollars that are meant to be coming into the city coffers are being collected. The other point that you must prove to the voters is that the city can deliver services at a competitive rate or cost. And that means comparing it to other cities of like size, because we don't have the credibility right now between the city and the voters to believe that new tax dollars are needed. And whether that's true or not, you have to prove it to the community. It isn't nickels and dimes that they've shown us. They've shown us that there are millions of dollars on the table. And this is urgent. This is important. We shouldn't be ponying up another $2 on landlines so that people disconnect their landlines permanently in order to help nickel and dime the budget to death. So, very important. We appreciate your work, and we hope that this council will give you added duties and you accept them.
Thank you. Mr. Parks?
Madam Chair, could I make a suggestion? We have 2 closed session items that we must do today. If we can move 25 to Friday and then have the Office of Finance presentation on Friday, that will clear us to use the last few minutes before we lose quorum on the closed session. And one of the closed session items has an outside counsel, so it's important that we
Thank you for your consideration on that, and we will take care of that item next without objection. I also wanted to...
Madam President, pardon me, before moving on, would you like to close the public hearing on this matter and continue it to Friday?
I'm going to close the public hearing on this item that we're on now. Thank the panel again and for your hard work. It's very much appreciated, and special thanks to Mr. Gagan, who's one of my personal favorites.
One of my personal favorites, too. And thank you very much to all of the council, to the council president in absentia. And we will have these written reports in the coming weeks, along with one, actually, that we're finalizing on city-owned properties.
Thank you
so very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, what is the action that we need to take on this item?
No action, Madam President. It was continued without objection.
All right, great. We'll continue that without objection. Also, one other announcement on, I believe it's item 21, the bidder ban. We are going to continue that item so that we can make sure that we have enough time to have serious discussion on that. And the day we will continue it to, Mr. Clerk, again, will be... You have a date on that? Do we choose Friday or next week?
I believe the discussion was next week. Would you like to roll it over to...
let's see if we can roll it over to next Wednesday. And
very good. That's Wednesday the 16th.
All right, that is August the
17th. Wednesday the 17th, ma'am,
I'm
yes.
sorry. All right, so we are going to continue item 21, the bidder ban, to August the 17th. And there were some cards in here: Angelique Kronheim, Trent Lane, and Wayne Spindler. Okay, so thank you. And we can roll these cards over until next week for you. All right, so then the next item, Mr. City Attorney, I believe we have a closed session item, and if you'd give us the admonition.
Madam President, would you like to go to item number 19?
There's still a few more items.
All right, we'll take item 19 now.
That was called special for cards.
All right, Mr. John Walsh. Mr. John Walsh is not here. Wayne Spindler is here. Mr. Spindler, come forward on item 19, please.
Yes, I'd like to thank the council for the very short meeting today. So, the street light special assessment districts, the biggest uncategorical ripoff of the homeowners of the city of Los Angeles. And this one was up in Argyle Street, as I remember reading it. It was many hours ago. But what your committees have proposed, and I've always thought that this was going to happen, was that you're going to try to balance the budgets on these special assessments. So you're going to try to do it with sidewalks, anything that you can attach a tax on an annual property tax bill. I think it's outrageous. The service you get is lousy. It's overpriced. I mean, you charge $400 on one of my bills for one light, and the other light doesn't even work. Vote no on item 19. You have to push your buttons, council members, to vote no, or you automatically vote yes.
Thank you very much. All right, that marks the end of our public comment. There are no speakers in the queue on this item. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the roll, close the roll, then tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, what's our next item?
Madam President, that'll go over for a second reading next Wednesday.
Thank you very much.
Very good. That brings us to item 24, called special for cards.
All right. We have several cards on this item. Craig First. Is Craig First still here? John Walsh, who is not in chamber. Kevin Bass. Cheryl Parisi. No. Cheryl Parisi. I don't see Miss Parisi. Barbara Brady. No? Okay. Matthew Cooper. Wolfgang Veith. All right. Mr. First.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Craig First with AAA Flag and Banner, and I'm here to offer my support for a pilot program for the advertisements on the city light pole banners for the entertainment industry and other nonprofits. We believe that the city has an asset and should capitalize on its opportunities in a time like this when we have budget shortfalls. We already have engaged in several different studios, such as Warner Brothers, Sony, Fox, Universal, and Paramount, all whom have expressed interest in committing finances to utilizing this program and thereby helping the city to raise funds and allow us to create more jobs. The medium already exists today. This is not a new idea. This pilot program will help determine if this is something that is viable for the city to indeed raise the revenues that are expected and help in some of the issues we're having. We intend on using major commercial corridors and no neighborhoods, and we want to do that because we believe that we need to be sensitive to all the constituents, and we believe that there's a way to adopt a program with a minimal negative impact on the community while providing a way to generate millions of dollars in revenues. We ask that the City Council adopt a pilot program for the City Light Pole Banner program and help us create new jobs and raise millions of dollars towards the city's shortfall.
Thank you very much. And just to remind everybody, we are at risk of losing a quorum at 2:30. We do have 2 closed session items. And for the speakers, if you don't need your entire 2 minutes, feel free to make your comments. Okay, thank you. Mr. Bass?
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Kevin Bass, and I'm representing the Painters and Allied Trades. We'd just like to thank Council Members Huizar and Alarcon for their leadership on the Street Banner program. This program will offer a lot of printer jobs, and it will also utilize an asset in a smart way and an appropriate way. So we would just look forward to working with the CLA on developing this initiative further. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brody? Brody.
Thank you, Madam President. 2 points. First, on the existing street banner program. One, it would benefit from simplification in the process of pulling the applications and coming before council. It's very cumbersome. 2, currently street poles are being damaged by street banner program. Our Olympic Boulevard beautiful historic light standards are damaged by the metal clasps that hold the banners, and if you drive down the street, you'll see rust and decay. The street program should include maintenance of those street poles, including priming and painting at regular intervals so that they are not compromised. Now, on to the substance. We are opposed to the proposal for a broadened advertising program on street poles. This is the public right-of-way. It should not be for sale. The city probably can't balance the budget by plastering the city with advertisements. This is a shotgun approach to advertising. Banners are appropriate and are effective when they are limited in their placement. Just as we discussed yesterday in Plum about digital signage on retail stores, 1 or 2 stores on a block has those signs. They might work. They might catch your attention. The day that each store feels they have to have one, we've created a few jobs. The place looks like a jungle. It's hideous. and it doesn't do anything except distract drivers if they even see it. It becomes a blur. This is not effective marketing. Effective marketing is target marketing, not shotgun approach. So we resent the use of the public right-of-way. We're borrowing against the future value of our city. It's tourist dollars. People are coming to look at palm trees and the Hollywood sign, not billboards and banners at every corner. We have street furniture. We have a bus bench contract that seeks to have sign districts, comprehensive sign programs, on-site digital signs, and now street banners everywhere. When is enough? They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I would say that blight is clear for all to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew Cooper, and then Wolfgang Veith. Are you Matthew Cooper?
Matthew Cooper with AAA Flag and Banner. Thank you for letting me be heard. I support a city-implemented commercial street banner pilot program. Not only will it increase the revenue for the city, it will also increase the jobs as well. What people fail to realize that the city already has the existing assets in place. There will be no new structures that will be built. It will be simply a changing of content. There'll be no additional visual blight. And it's currently being done. And there's a way for the city to step in and limit it to only commercial areas and stay away from the residential areas. And it's public property. You guys don't have to go through and get approvals and piss off the private homeowners. In addition, I just think that this is a tasteful way. There's a tasteful way to do this, and it will inject a significant amount of revenue into the city, to the city's bottom line. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Veith, Wolfgang Veith.
Yeah, I'm Wolfgang Veit. I come from Germany. Every time I come back from Germany visiting, I realize how ugly Los Angeles is. And what makes Los Angeles ugly is billboards that have no end everywhere, commercial signs, so much so you can't even see the traffic signs anymore, or the directional signs. The banners right now are strictly for community events, and that's the way it should stay. They definitely should not have commercial banners in residential areas, and absolutely not more movie advertising. We have so much movie advertising in Los Angeles, you can't help yourself being overwhelmed. In Westwood, we have a gigantic Disney poster 10 stories high on a building, permanently. We don't need these banners in addition to all the other commercial signs we already have. The income is minimal and it doesn't help. Plus, we have specific areas, specific planned areas in Los Angeles where signs are strictly relegated. So any community should have the option to opt out of this program if it ever gets established, of banners for commercial, for private enterprises. We have too much. It's a driver distraction by any means. We outlaw cell phone conversation, texting, and so on. We shouldn't put more commercial signs in there to distract more drivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Huizar and Mr. Englander.
Thank you, Madam President. And first, I want to say that the item before us today is a report back, and it was introduced in the spirit of Revenue Day, which we just spent a couple of hours to come up with ideas that may be possible that could bring additional revenue to the city. But on top of that, I think it has a great public purpose. Right now, it could be cost prohibitive for any of us to use our banner systems on our streets, whether it's a nonprofit or even our offices who want to make announcements, whether we want to talk about those veterans that have, those military personnel that have been killed in Afghanistan and Iraq, posting their names up, as have other cities have done. It could be cost prohibitive, and our current system needs to take a new look at it to see if we could readjust it. The idea here is not to commercialize our street corridors, but to find a better system where we could allow more nonprofits, not just the wealthy ones, where we could allow more public announcements on the street banners only on commercial corridors and not in residential areas, so that we could allow and make better use of our current system. Our current system doesn't work as well as it could. There are several things we can do, how large a private corporate seal can be on the banners or other things. This is just an idea. It's a proposal, and the way it's been laid out to me, some have told me there's a possibility for additional revenue for the city. So with this report back, I think we could keep our minds open to see what we can possibly do.
Mr. Englander?
All right, real quickly, I just wanted to compliment Jose Huizar on this. I think it's a great idea, actually, and it's not advertising necessarily. We've got banners now. We've got a lot of neighborhood councils and chambers and other nonprofits that have banner programs now, and there isn't a revenue stream. If we commercialize it, I'd like to keep in place and process, and it looks like we addressed that in the motion, the same requirements we have now for approval, which is the artwork still comes back to the council office for approval, and it's submitted by motion. However, I'd like to add one component to this, if we could, a friendly amendment on the report back, is that a percentage, whatever that might be, whatever fair and reasonable, and what we might be doing with other programs is a percentage comes back to that local community. So perhaps in the form of street furniture account, where then that community can spend that percentage on graffiti abatement, on weed abatement, on cleaning the streets, on making sure beautification programs are maintained, particularly now where we just got through the revenue day and talked about the lack thereof in revenues. This is yet another idea of thinking outside the box, and I think it's a great one that should be explored with an idea of putting that percentage back into the community. That would also bring in the incentive for the council office or the community to support the banner program and sign off on those actual banners, because they know there's going to be a percentage of that revenue coming back into that community to clean it and maintain it. So I support this. If you would allow that friendly amendment, it would be terrific. Thank you.
Report back.
All right. Mr. Huizar accepts that as a friendly amendment. It's part of the report back. Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, what action do we need to take on this item?
It's before you now. It's before you now for a vote with Councilmember Englander's amendment.
All right. Let's open the roll on the item as amended. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right. Thank you very much. What's our next item?
That brings us to items 27 and 28, scheduled for closed session.
All right, Mr. City Attorney, if we can have the admonition.
The matters will be going into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 546.9, although I think Councilmember Koretz has a request.
Mr. Koretz and then Mr. Rosendahl.
On item 27, on apron parking, I'd like to ask that we take public comment and then continue the item until Tuesday.
All right, we are at risk of losing quorum at 2:30. Let me see what Mr. Rosendahl has to say, and then what's the...
Either way, I'd like to continue because it's a complicated item, and I don't think it could
we have
be
outside
discussed
counsel.
well enough.
We do have outside counsel here.
I understand, but we won't be able to deal with it in time.
Okay, hold on a second. Which item is outside counsel here from out of town?
They're here for item 27, the one I'm asking
So
to
are
be
you
continued.
telling me that if we could... Okay. All right, that's fine. All right, and then let's clear the chamber. Well, we're going to take public comment. How many items do we have on closed session? We have 2? Mr. Clerk, we have 2 items on closed session?
Two items are scheduled for closed session, yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have 27 and 28. Mr. Rosendahl?
Yeah, just before we go into it, I just want to tell the folks upstairs we'll go quickly in closed session, hopefully, so that I can go up and chair that meeting. Obviously, I don't want to break a quorum when we get.
All right, we're going to, we do have some cards, public speaking cards on 27, which will take an open session, and Mr. Koretz has made a request to continue item 27 to what date, Mr. Clerk? Mr. Clerk, can you just tell us for the record? Will we be able to hear
That's
this item?
Tuesday, August 16th.
And outside counsel will come back on that date? Okay, outside counsel says they'll be back on that date. And then let's see, do we have any cards on the next item, which is 28? No, we don't. Am I correct? We have no cards on the next item, the second closed session item. All right. So we'll take Roxanne Stern, Wolfgang Vieth, Philip Friedman, and Ms. Brody. Got it. Third time's the charm. Okay.
My name is Roxanne Stern, and I'm a resident of North Village, and I'm here to talk about the ADA lawsuits because we've thrown the apron parking into this issue, and I do believe that it should be separated. We've had apron parking in North Village for over 50 years, and it was just stopped now, and I would like to have it brought back, grandfathered, and then maybe make a definite program for apron parking within not just the North Village, but it's a citywide issue. We want our parking restored. There's nobody who wants the sidewalk block. And the ADA suits are about the sidewalk's condition and the openness for the sidewalks. What I'm saying is that apron parking can fulfill the parking needs of the neighborhood and not block the sidewalks. And if they do, they should be ticketed. And so I'm asking you to make that a separate issue or take it out of this content and address it at another time. But let us have our apron parking until it is resolved. Thank you.
Mr. Veith.
Yeah, I'm with the North Westwood Village Residents Association. I've lived in the area for over 40 years. And these are all small buildings, many of them under rent stabilization ordinance, and they typically have their garages on the front over the width of the lot, and the access to the garages is from straight over the apron, over the sidewalk, and then into the garages. Now, with this lawsuit, somehow issues get mixed up. The real issue is about how do handicapped people have access to the sidewalk. The apron is not part of a sidewalk even. What the issue is here is not apron parking, that's the problem. It is enforcement of the sidewalk laws that is the problem, which has never been done very well, never consistently. And I could see we can both live in peace together, all the people with ADA and the wheelchair access, and people can still use the apron for parking like they have used for a long time. And they don't have to give up substantial amount of parking. Sometimes there's only 3 parking spaces per unit, and you eliminate 1 or 2 parking spaces. This is huge. Handicapped people maybe have some help in the house, and they cannot have help because they can't park anymore. We have a tremendous parking shortage in the North Village. One of the most densely populated area of parking is a big issue. We should work with the community to work out a solution. I'm sure it can be done. That works for both people, both parties. Thank you very much.
Philip Friedman, and then Ms. Brady.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Friedman. I'm a resident of Westwood Village, North Westwood Village area. As has been stated, this is a very high dense area. Largely, the parking issue came about as a result of UCLA. We're right next to UCLA, and all the students, the 25,000 of them, and all the staff don't have low-cost parking at UCLA, so they flow over into our area, and that exacerbates the problem. The apron parking, as was stated earlier, has been in effect for decades. It's a fact of life, and it was recently taken away when they began enforcing the no apron parking. We're asking you to restore our apron parking, and the 200 spaces that represents. I can't tell you how my life and the life of the residents has changed dramatically since they started the enforcement just a month ago. It has deteriorated rapidly. Let me also bring to your attention that the UCLA students are not in session right now. The problem is just fomenting, waiting for the students to return. When they do, they will not have parking. Those 200 spaces are like gold. And I'm asking the council to give serious consideration to move with a sense of urgency to restore the parking. As it relates to the ADA lawsuit, it's largely a red herring. And at best, it's a two-edged sword. If you have apron parking, as we did, handicapped students come to visit UCLA professors at their residence for their studies. They can no longer do that. It has never been an issue of sidewalk access. That has never been the issue, because if the apron parking was enforced and the cars extended into the sidewalk, they should be ticketed and or towed. Thank you. Can you please restore our parking?
Thank you.
Do it immediately, please.
Ms. Brody?
Thank you. Barbara Brody, Westwood South of Santa Monica Boulevard. Homeowners Association, we are not Westwood Village. We are far to the south, and I'm here to tell you that this is an issue that is far greater than one of Westwood Village students or residents there. It affects other council districts and other neighborhoods, multifamily dwellings, and single-family homes on corners that have no driveways. It also affects businesses. We heard in testimony before Mr. Rosenthal's Transportation Committee, the people who run businesses in their home are not able to have their clients come to partake of their services. What we would like to do is make certain that ADA rules are respected, and we request that this council work as quickly as possible with urgency to explore what is involved in establishing an apron parking program consistent with the rights of disabled and balancing the needs of residents with the needs of the disabled. We need to determine what the process is to establish that kind of a permit parking program, which of course the residents would end up paying fees to administer, but we need it, and we need it quickly. There is a crisis with even disabled residents now not being able to access their own vehicles and their own homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at Mr. Koretz's request, we will continue this item to what date, Mr. Clerk?
That would be Tuesday, August 16. Madam President, would you also like to close the public hearing on this matter?
Yes, the public hearing is now closed on this matter. The item is continued. The next item, I believe, Mr. City Attorney, is number 28. Am I correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I don't think there are any cards on that. So we need to go ahead and clear the room. Do we need to give the admonition again? Clear. Okay. All right. We have to clear the room so we can go into closed session.
California's agriculture and environment are under attack by something which may appear harmless, but its damage is very real. The damage by invasive pests. Learn about stopping their attack at hungrypests.com, because they're here and they're hungry.
I'll be home in a minute.
Well, the party's just getting started, so hurry home, honey.
Talk to us.
Yes, good job.
Slow down. Your family is waiting for you. Watch the road.
Hay escasez de agua en Los Ángeles. Cada gota es preciosa. Todos podemos hacer nuestra parte. Use una escoba en vez de manguera. Lave autos con válvula de cierre automático. Repare fugas. Use rociadores los días que le corresponden a su domicilio. Domicilios impares los lunes, miércoles y viernes. Domicilios pares los martes, jueves y domingos. Antes de las 9 de la mañana o después de las 4 de la tarde. El futuro está en nuestras manos. Y eso es algo bueno.
What's up, Bato? Where you from? Hey, what's up, Johnny? What's up? Hey, man, don't be a girl, dog. Come on. Hey, I'm your friend, right? I'm your friend, right? Come on. Hey, come on, man. Forget it. I'm going to school.
All right, we're back in open session, and we have continued item 27 to next week, and we will take a vote on item 28 in open session. Mr. Clerk, if you would open the roll again on item 28.
Madam President,
item 28.
before doing so, there is a recommendation to adopt the following recommendations relative to the case entitled Community Alliance for Open Spaces versus City of Los Angeles. Those recommendations would be to comply with the writ issued by the court on June 16, 2011, and direct the city attorney not to appeal the adverse judgment in this action.
Okay, open the roll on that, please. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, thank you. What's our next order of business?
Madam President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those motions are posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
All right, members, are there any announcements? Mr. Rosendahl?
We will start transportation as soon as we adjourn from here
Absolutely.
upstairs.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. No other announcements. If we would all please rise for adjourning motions. Members, are there any adjourning motions today? Mr. Englander.
Colleagues, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Granada Hills resident Sandra Froelich, who passed away on Saturday at the age of 79. Throughout her life, Sandra has been a dynamo in the community activities in the San Fernando Valley. For over 28 years, she has served on the WISE Board of Managers and twice as its chairperson. For her leadership and devotion to the Y and its program, Sandra received the prestigious Golden Book Award by the Greater Los Angeles YMCA and the North Valley Family YMCA's Lifetime Achievement Award. Sandra recently retired as the Executive Director of the Sherman Oaks Chamber of Commerce and has served in chamber leadership capacities in Mission Hills, Sylmar, and Studio City. She has been known as the knowledgeable go-to person in all things related to the Valley and the Valley needs. Sandra is survived by her husband, Drew, son William, and grandson, Kevin. Drew and Sandra tragically lost their daughter, Donna, to breast cancer, and Sandra supports and supported several cancer causes in her memory. May Sandra Froelich rest in peace. 15 years ago, I had the honor of actually meeting her when my former boss, your former colleague, Councilman Greg Smith, received the Lifetime Achievement Award, and he too was put in the Golden Book of Distinguished Awards by the YMCA, and together with his wife Chris, we went downtown to the YMCA dinner where I had the opportunity to sit with Sandra when I first met her, and then for the last 15 years I served with her on the board of the YMCA. I know many of you have known Sandra and the Froelichs. She's been a terrific person for the San Fernando Valley and will be missed by all. So I would ask if all members can sign on to that as well.
All right, all members on that adjourning motion. Any other adjourning motions on this side of the horseshoe? All right, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd ask Ms. Perry if you join me on this one. That's asked that we adjourn in memory of Dr. Meta Howard Chamberlain, former Regional Director of the National Council of Negro Women in both the Northern and Southern California area, who passed away on August the 5th at the age of 95. A native of Marshall, Texas, she received her undergraduate degrees in education from Bishop College in Texas and a graduate degree in psychology from USC. She was retired from the Whittier Unified School District, having specialized in educational counseling and teaching and training. Dr. Dorothy Height, the national president of this organization, saw great potential in Ms. Chamberlain. When she joined in 1962, Dr. Height subsequently appointed her the executive director of the Southern California area, where she served for nearly 30 years. Dr. Chamberlain was one of the founding members and the first president of the View Park section of Los Angeles, as well as the Legacy Life member, and served as the National Council of Negro Women National Officer. Dr. Chamberlain organized several federally funded projects within the organization, which were funded by CETA, the first being the Honors Program, and in 1977 under United Way and the Jobs Program, which trained and employed hundreds of men and women in LA County. Another leadership accomplishment was to discover and coordinate the purchase of a building for their local chapter, which is called the Council House at 3720 West 54th Street. In '81, she organized the first food co-op in the National Negro Women's Organization, and spearheaded the Education 2000 national program with math, reading, and science. In '86, she became the regional coordinator on the Black Family Reunion celebration. The event now is held each year since 1995. Dr. Chamberlain remained an active member and an intricate part of the National Council of Negro Women until her death. Public viewing will be Friday, August the 12th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Spalding Mortuary at 3045 South La Brea. The funeral service will be held on Saturday, August 13th at 11 a.m. At the St. Paul Baptist Church at 100 West 49th Street at the corner of Main and 49th Street.
Thank you, Mr. Parks, and I have the same adjourning motion in my book today, so thank you. All right, no more adjourning motions, so Mr. Clerk, would you please take the roll? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.